Hello.
Banana time.
Hello, it's John C.
Ads suck, I know. Your eyeballs pay for dogs' food, though.
There we are. Hello. Hello. Oh, hello there. Rainbow Road. Oh, what a day today. So I only managed to get one VOD done because my mom and I talked about costs for electricity because she just got a huge bill for electricity, even though I already gave her $200 this month. And then I realized Epip did his announcement for his commission opening, so I had to do all of the documentation for that as best as I could, and then I also had to like try to remember shit for DND today, and I'm just fucking, I am all over the place. Are you gonna do DND? Oh, it's just roll 20. My hands smell good. My hands smell like shampoo. I showered today. Dog lost his mind today. I'm very anxious, yes. I broke down all the costs that I have. Only a bit longer. Other obligations conflicting. If possible, go ahead and start without me. How much is from electricity around there? My mom got a bill for $238 for electricity for last month. Hi, Minnie. Ow. So there's a reason why, you know, I want to get into the tiny house and not have to pay for electrical costs. I'm not paying a lot because I did do the calculation for how much I'm using, but it's still money. I wonder if I ever had my music loud enough that you can hear it coming through the microphone. But I have a post that I didn't put in the announcements that's kind of like breaking down costs and stuff for clarity to my community of like how much, you know, I'm spending each month. It's crazy around here. It's $80. Yeah, it's very expensive. It's very expensive around here, which is kind of like highlight information, but it is what it is. So I will probably like my costs according to my breakdown is right now I'm paying $315 a month to exist. So this doesn't include any extraneous purchases like games or things for stream or anything like that. I can get that down. I can mark off like $28 a month. And then after 6 months and I close the Minecraft server out, it'll go from 28 to 53 less because the Minecraft server is $25 a month. You playing with us or friends or family? We're playing with friends today. I've never been able to hear it through your mic. That's probably a good thing. It's just being half deaf in one ear means it needs to be considerably louder. We're working on time right now for D&D. Christie's tied up with something at work and Sin is doing family stuff. So we probably won't get started for another hour and a half. And Very is on idle, so she might be asleep. So we'll see how today goes. I am hungry, but that pizza yesterday did me in on y'all. Don't fall into the cheap stage. Oh yeah, warming food in a jacuzzi. Yeah, that, like, as if fucking heating an entire jacuzzi is gonna be less expensive. Vibing to the song. All right. Yeah, I'm anxious. I have other work that I need to get done as well. I kind of want to catch up on my obligations this month as best as I can. I don't think I'm gonna do shorts this month. I think I need a break. I need to get that off of my mind for a little until the stuff that I'm like dealing with is resolved, or else having too many obligations puts too much weight on me. I'm very much so a single thing at a time person. So when I have like a bunch of shit that I need to do and it's all there, it can get very overwhelming very quickly. Even if they're relatively easy stuff, it's just the quantity of things. I like riding my bike. Dude, yeah, I love my electric bike. I have wind guards on my throne because I want to be able to go out kind of somewhat in winter / like early spring or late winter, because, and I need them because they're the best wind protection to keep your hands from getting literally frostbite from where I live. So like it's like 20 Fahrenheit out at pretty much all times. And if I go out, you know, and drive on the bike, it's going to turn fingers into icicles. So I have that on my throne. So much money. I'm just kind of vibing to the songs today. Let's see. Take a select, cut it in half, but you bring things, you eat 2 slices. Yeah, exactly. You have a throne? I do. Well, no, it's a website, not a literal like throne. I don't know if you thought I had an actual throne. I don't. It's a website called Throne. Yes, New Day is like New Day is pretty OG. Like New Day's been around for a while. New Day's just our resident lurker. Michigan moment. Yeah, it's cold. It's tough. It's cold out here. Also, I think I have decided the drawing tablet I'm gonna go with again, so I can stop thinking about this, and it's going to be something I have to work to get. Bones of his enemies, chickens on the floor. I will have you know, my chickens come boneless. They're just meat sacks. I don't know. Yeah. Once I get my monetary obligations finished and done, then I'll be much more comfortable. Like, for instance, one of the first things I need to do is I need to get, like, if Epibee approves me as a client, I'll need to make sure I have the money in my account to transfer to him, which I do have right now. It'd be a majority of my account, but I do have it.
Hello, human. It is I,
Waluigi. Hi, Oni. Who should just constantly adding a tilde after everything I say? It's going good. We just started. Are you waking up or going to bed? 5 months, 27 days, and 19 hours. So almost 6 months. And I've been around for 8. Yeah, that's pretty OG. It's the fucking finger guns. Oh, I can't wait for next spring to come around, dude. I need to get out of winter. I'm legitimately going stir crazy. Like, not being able to go outside is not good for the mental. Even though where I'm going is in the middle of the woods, like, just being stuck inside is starting to drive me crazy, which is really weird because I used to be perfectly content with that, but I got a taste of the outside and now I want to go back. Orgy! That's spelt wrong. Oh, hey, black man. I still think I said, oh, hey, a black man, but that works. Good old Stardew Valley, that's what it was. The solution to my problems is more bombs. Oh, just say, oh, hey, black man. Oh, okay. I see. I was talking to them. That's right. Thanks for checking in, dude. I remember that thoroughly. Well, one of us has to. I cannot wait. Oh, that quote. That is my only serious quote that I have. I'm playing on hard mode and everyone else thought I was playing on easy mode. That's the only quote that I have that's actually like not haha funny. That was me explaining my tism. Why do you have these numbers written down somewhere? I have memorized them.
Chips,
Hi,
please,
Chips.
not the spray bottle again.
God damn it. I like chips too. Both the person and the food. I think that's it, right? He's swinging out down to show them how to the mountaintop. Like until the night calls. To be swinging till the night falls. I know this is not everyone's vibe, but I love this song just because of the lyrics. Sing to save the favor, sing to save the favor. Learn about them, learn to save her. Here, you know what? I'll throw in some anime stuff because I know my audience is a bunch of fucking nerds. It's a midnight fuck? Oh yeah, I remember that one. I was so confused. I was like, why are you doing a midnight fuck? Yes, dog's dyslexia. Don't fucking clip that. Actually, we are weebs.
This dude be a one-time
wonder. Hi, Cryptic, welcome back. Hate you. See, the thing is like, technically speaking, that doesn't have to go to YouTube. I should probably get that checked out. I don't think I'm dyslexic. Like, watch this. How to tell if you're dyslexic. There it is. Reading, difficulty reading aloud, difficulty reading slowly or reading slowly or reading with poor comprehension. Yeah, the poor comprehension might be it. Poor spelling, confusing visibly similar words. Visually. Fuck! There's no way that just happened. There's no way that just happened. Oh, god damn it. Oh god, I'm not gonna meet the dyslexic allegations now. That's so fucking dumb. Okay, they don't do that for me. They don't do that for me. I think I like inject words or change words where they don't exist. I don't think I'm dyslexic. I might be something else. Condition aphasia? A condition where someone replaces words in sentences, often substituting incorrect words for the intended ones, is called aphasia. It's a language disorder that arises from damage to the brain areas responsible for language processing, typically caused by a stroke or head injury. It can manifest as difficulty finding right words, using incorrect words, or substituting sounds within words. Frontotemporal dementia. Oh boy. Nah, I don't think I'm dyslexic. I think I'm good. You are a silly doggo. I'm fine. I'm fine. You are dyslexic. Has been proven in front of the court. You said in front of the court. Get hacked. I'm acoustic. I'm autistic, and I have an acoustic guitar, but I don't really play it because the actions are terrible. But I do have one in case I ever get the urge. Oh. So. Wow, that is freaking the fuck out. Why is that freaking the fuck out? You guys see that? You see the emote blinking over there? Anyone else see that? Oh, thank you, Lucia. I'm dying? Why are you dying? Just play the Weezer rift. You know, that was a thing that somebody wanted to make me, someone wanted me to do for a short. It was to do the Weezer rift. Let's see. All right, well, I guess I can read this.
Weezer riff this, you dyslexic dog.
I'm not dyslexic. I read too fast, okay? Things got ahead of me. Oh, the silly doggo plushies? Yeah, I like them too. What if we just did a stream where we watch funny meme? That would be, you guys would need to submit, like if you guys want me to see shorts or whatever, that sort of stuff would need to be submitted into the reactions channel. Hi Hitsip, how are you? So like if you guys want to support memes or meme videos or short videos or whatever, that sort of stuff would go into React. And then Lucia would have to go through and approve them. Now, I don't know if underage has access to React though. I send shorts, but Dog never watches them. Yeah, because the shorts you send are like cringe Gen Alpha memes. I'm doing good. I'm stressed. I'm so goddamn stressed. Epipy finally opened his commissions, and I'm just like, I'm probably like, I'm optimistic, but at the same time, I don't know what I'm gonna do if I don't get chosen. Because like, just because I think I'm okay and I think I'm cool doesn't mean that like someone else isn't gonna come along and just be like, slap some massive follower dong on the table and just be like, hey, you want a commission? Not the Gen Alpha memes. Yeah, I know, right? I can't put anything in React. Yeah. Yeah, it's really tough because I don't want underage to break out into other locations. So it's relatively unfortunate that stuff like that in the Discord isn't always going to be accessible to everyone. Now, what you can do is
Brother made a super cheeseburger. Why you macking the cheeseburgers to dimensional? Facts.
like this.
That's
Like,
what
why
I
is that
said.
funny? Why is that funny? That's not funny. It's just random gibberish. Like, you could submit, like, if I'm streaming, you can tag a mod and submit the link during stream, and then like the mod can put the link in the React channel. Like, we could probably do something like that. Stress doggo, yes, very stress doggo. What is Sonic Adventure Core? I feel like I've heard about that and don't want to do that. Would you want to do like an animal review? I like looking at animals, plants, and anything that's a bug. There's so many options for things that I could do. I could probably do something like that. You sound like a little like Miranda Sings, but in a boy version. Is that good? I don't know who that is. Is that good? I have some animals you can look at. There's some neat ones. Is that like, am I gonna have reaction content to aminals? That's not good. So like, do we ban them for that comment? That's the question. Thought that we have guest speakers every year at ThesCon. And guess who was it? Who was it this year? I have no idea. Who was it? That is not good. Yes, banned. Works for me. Mimi, god fucking damn it. Like, okay. The only reason that's even relatively humorous is because it's making fun of all of the bullshit Gen Alpha memes and in this weird meta dumb Gen Alpha self meme. So like, it's kind of funny, but only because it's making fun of things that are legitimately a thing that is not funny. Robbie Damon. Robbie. Like Robbie from Critical Role Robbie? Hang on. See if I know that. Oh, it was. Oh, nice. I don't know him by name. I've seen him on Critical Role. I don't know what work he's like, what works he's in. Oh, that's awesome. But that doesn't like my. I have like over 600 species of plants, animals, and fungi. For me, actually, Cordius, if you wanted to do something, you could make a tier list. Like we could have a, like you could have a tier list. If you go make a tier list of animals, then I could do something on stream where I just do a tier list based on what the animals look like. So you'd have to do like bugs and then like birds and then like you'd have to separate them out so they can be compared against each other. But like, yeah, we could do something like that. Not gonna lie, I hate Gen Alpha memes. Oh, they're bad. Yeah, no, they're not good. Native floral and fauna. Yeah, do try to make them more specific. Like do a birds tier list. Like that's an easy one because birds are very like identifiable and like unique and stuff like that. He V8 in Final Fantasy. Really? Who did he play? I know like when I saw him on Critical Role, he looked like a bunch of fun. Like he looked like a super cool dude. Gen Alpha memes are so dumb that they are funny. No. Wrong. You know what was a meme that wasn't even Gen Alpha? That's like Gen Alpha memes, but is also still not funny? And I will legitimately time people out if they abuse this because I'm admitting to it. The fucking what is it? The Burger King foot lettuce. That, like, I don't think that was a Gen Alpha meme. That was just a dumb thing, and it's still fucking dumb. It's just like, there's no consistency in the humor. There's nothing about it that makes it humorous. It's just dumb. Megumi and Jujutsu Kaisen. I haven't watched Jujutsu Kaisen in a bit. Do you want like a Word doc? Oh no, there's a website for it. Hang on. There's a tier list maker. Make a template. Go to die running wild. All right, here you go.
King food letu.
Use that, Cordius. That one with the Doge. Which one with the Doge? Playing a Hi-Fi Rush. Oh, I never got a chance to play Hi-Fi Rush. They're not dumb that they're funny. They're just dumb. Thank you, Oni. I'm glad we could stand together on this. The thing is, Brain Rot before Gen Alpha was pretty funny. After, though, they're mostly just shit, not gonna lie. It does. Mom and Ryder and One Punch Man. That man did not have enough. Oh, I never, you know why? Because I never watched the dubs. I always watch the subs. That's why I don't know any of these. What even is that, Mimi? You can't unfoot the lettuce. Okay, that is a funny meme. I like the you can't un the thing. Like you can't, what is it? You can't un something the tauntaun. That was from Badger, and I don't remember what it was. You can't unkill the tauntaun. I don't remember what it was. Professor Willow and Pokemon Go. You can't unstun the tauntaun. Yeah, there you go. I like that one. That one's funny. Like it's I don't know how to explain why these are not funny, because they all seem like humor a 14-year-old came up with. That's what they seem like. I don't know, maybe I'm just not hip and cool anymore. You know what's funny? You want to know something that I watched that's kind of brain rotty, that's not actually brain rotty, that's actually funny? Hang on. This. Hang on. No, not that. Anything made with this.
Damn, boy. Damn, boy, he thick. Boy, that's a thick ass boy.
That's funny to me. Damn, boy, he thick. Boy, that's a thick ass boy. We want to see Watcher's skull. Damn, boy, he thick. What the dog doing? The dog goes, oh, what the hell is this generation? Well, it's more like, you know what it is? You know what it is? Gen Alpha memes are like The Office. Whereas like Gen X? No, millennials? Who's before Alpha? Was it Gen X or millennials? I think it was millennials. Whereas millennial memes are like Parks and Rec. Like that's the difference. Gen X is before Alpha, so then it would be Gen X memes. Gen Z? Gen Z, that's right, yes. That's right, X was before Millennials, and then it was Gen Z. Both shows are ass. Yes, I don't like The Office. I did like Parks and Rec. I can't stand either of them. I can't stand The Office. I was fine with Parks and Rec. I think I was fine with Parks and Rec because they didn't try to take themselves that weird level of seriousness. Like they like The Office exists in a zone where I watch it and I go, this isn't funny because no one's that idiotic. And then when I watch Parks and Rec, I'm like, oh, these are characters. These are like people who are specifically meant to be way out in left field. And not in that. It's like an emotional uncanny valley. You know, like uncanny valley for looking at things like physical objects of like faces. Parks and Rec is further left where it's not realistic at all. And The Office like sits in this weird emotional uncanny valley of like, this doesn't seem like it's designed to be dumb and funny, and also doesn't seem like it's designed to be taken seriously. And it's like, I don't know. I don't like it. I love Brooklyn. I love Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Brooklyn, if I had to choose between any of those three, Brooklyn Nine-Nine is like a 9 out of 10. Parks and Rec is like a 6. It's like above average. It's fine. And then The Office is like a 2 or a 3 for me. I loved Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I still like your derp face. Oh, this one? Oh, wait, hang on. Nah. Yeah, I loved Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I loved Holt, dude. I'm so sad Holt's dead. I loved Holt's, like, I loved the character of Holt. I loved him being gay. Like, genuinely, I really liked that Holt was gay. And I really, really liked the way that they handled his gayness. And I loved Holt's husband. Hot Rod movie. Brooklyn is like an 8 out of 10 for me since it's been a while since I've watched it. Office is 4 on a good day, and The Rex is about 6. Yeah, that's about. Nah, I wouldn't put Office that high for me. All being super serious and at the same time super crazy was so good. Yeah, so many Amy's. There's a lot of Amy's. Yeah, I liked Holt. I loved anything that Holt. When like there's a specific episode where like Holt and his husband get into some sort of argument over something, and they were like quote unquote fighting, which is a fight for them, and everyone else is looking at it like that's not a fight. I love that episode so much. Ooh, I love Cheetos. I probably haven't. Whatever this is, this looks like a movie. This looks like fucking shit like Talladega Nights and Step Brothers and Borat would fall into. Those movies I never really enjoyed. The LGBTQ plus community is dunked on by lots of people because they think that gays are like all the people that are overly gay. Oh, 100%. Yeah, no, I loved the way they portrayed Holt, which is just like when they were found, like when they presented Holt as gay and everyone was like, I never knew you were gay. And he was like, well, it never came up in conversation before. I was like, that is such an amazing introduction to his personal life, because you wouldn't just go around telling people you're gay. Like he made mention of like the difficulty of being a gay black man trying to become like a police sergeant or something like that. And people were like, you're gay? And I was like, yeah. I was like, why have we never heard about this? And they're like, well, it's never came up in conversation. I was like, that is such good writing to have the information come out in an organic conversation, like a normal way. And people be like, wait, I didn't know that. I don't know. I love it. All the gays are awesome. There's so many flamboyant gays in theater. I mean, yeah. Because it's expressive. That's the thing, is like I think the whole concept of being flamboyant is to be expressive. So like theater is an expressive performance. So like it makes sense. The Halloween competition. I love the Halloween competitions. Those are great. I loved those. You stab one of the costume crew's heads. What are we talking about? We're just talking about, I guess, gay people in media. And flamboyant people, like flamboyant anyone, flamboyant female, flamboyant male, gay, straight, doesn't matter. Flamboyant people can be some of the fucking funniest people. Like, I have met a numerous amount of extremely quick-witted flamboyant people that have caught me off guard before. My friend doesn't like the idea of me being gay. I tried to tell him to give the community a chance. I did. Yeah, I mean, it's I think it's a natural disposition to avoid new things or controversial things. I can be funny, but I'm not. I sometimes have my moments. No, serious question. Should a trans woman be allowed on a lesbian dating site? Random curiosity that just popped up. That gets into expectations. You know? Like, that's like, oh, am I going on this dating site because, you know, I expect to have cisgendered women, or am I going on this dating site and I don't care? Anything is fine. It depends on whether or not the people who use the system are aware of it. That's all. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I don't know if I'm funny. I'm just weird. If someone vibe, I keep it. If not, I try to act accordingly. Fuck what anyone else thinks. I'm gonna be myself, and if you don't like it, I'm gonna keep doing it anyway. Until we stop talking, which has happened many times before. Exactly, it's a paradox. I think, I don't think it really matters as long as people are fun about it. That's the thing. Don't hide it. That's all. I made a lot of people not like me from the way I act. I just say fuck you. Yeah, I try to apologize if I'm out of line, and if I'm not out of line and people don't like me, then I'm like, well, we're just not meant to be friends. Bye. I'm not apologetic for who I am. I am, because I know that I have parts of my personality that I don't really like or approve of, that I can't really change. And when it happens, I try to apologize for it and try to keep it under check. But hey, it still is unfortunately a part of me. Me too, but instead I get anxiety about it because I want lots of people to like me. That goes away with Time Cryptic. That is actually literally biologically a childistic thing, because if you don't try to fit in as a child, you don't fit into the tribe, you'll get tossed out of the tribe. Like, that's why children are so easily influenced by peer pressure by other children to make like fun of people, or to follow status quo, or to engage in memes. That's why it's very like one mind culture centric when you're younger, is because the feeling of being pushed out or being ostracized or not being a part of the group or not being part of the community when you're younger is significantly more impactful. As you grow up and you get a sense of self and a sense of awareness in the world and your location and what you want yourself to be and your confidence, you'll eventually move away from like pack mentality and wanting to be a part of a huge community or wanting to change yourself, because you'll find other people you vibe with. You can leave the nest and explore and find your own community. But when you're younger, you can't leave the nest. You have to adapt to the community and group that is around you, which is really hard. And that causes a lot of brain trauma, like growing up trauma. When at least I was a gay person, I was surrounded by Christian people and in the deep south sort of thing, very like self-confusion. And then they moved, found their own people and started coming out. Like, that's kind of how that happens. Let's see. I just adapt, grow, and explode. Mimi, what does that even mean? So either I please or completely avoid talking to them. Because talking to people is really nerve-wracking. I mean, that's understandable. Like, it gets better with age. I can tell you that. Age and experience help a lot, but you have to have experience too. I can be overtly expressive. I get angry, but I generally do not care what people think of me if it's bad. There's a lot out there. There is. There's a girl in the class that I want to say shut the fuck up so badly whenever she talks. And she's a teacher pet and she yaps constantly. What should I do? Stay in your lane? Like, you can't police other people. So one way is maybe getting to know them, because getting to know somebody can make you more sympathetic to the points that they bring up or their actions. Like, for all you know, they're being a teacher's pet because their parents actually like abusively neglect them and they're trying to find comfort in some adult in their life. And that will make you more sympathetic towards the situation. Not knowing things about people makes it incredibly easy to be judgmental or emotionally one-sided towards them. But as you learn about people, you discover very quickly the reasons for their behavior, and you can become more understanding for why they do that, and it can grate on you less. That's fair, Oni. Yeah, in elementary, I was bullied because of the tism. Was not fun, but it ended after elementary, thankfully. Yeah, exactly. In elementary, it's a lot. Stick together, put things outside that don't fit. It's just a part of nature and growing up. I was referencing Cobarde, the scary dog, the purple one, scary stories. Yeah, I'm not aware of it. Made 2 new IRL friends. Oh, nice. I had to act out to get teachers to understand I couldn't take shit that distracted me from learning. Yeah. I mean, sometimes as an adult, the things that are important from children can be hard to free rent. Can be hard to understand how impactful things are to kids because they're just different. Used to be friends with them and they were really bitchy so I kind of understand why she does it, but it doesn't change the fact that I want to tell her to shut the fuck up. I mean, imagine, if you will, you're just being yourself, talking about a subject you're interested in or otherwise, and it's somewhat public. I don't know, you're sitting around with friends or whatever, and someone is just like, dude, can you just shut up? No one gives a crap about your XY interest. It's kind of the same thing. Like, it's acting towards people in a specific manner. You should be okay with people acting towards you in that same manner. And if someone were to do that to you and you would get agitated or upset with them, then that tells you that it's probably not the best thing to do to other people, because that's just how brains, like, people's brains are relatively similar. If you're going to act in a certain way, there's a high probability that it's going to be in the same way as the other one. It depends on whether or not you care about hurting people or you care about your public perception. Nice cryptic. Also, tell me how the fuck I managed to be in detention for over 200 days of first grade. They forgot about you, apparently. I just developed the state of not caring when people annoy me. That's kind of what I did too. Okay, Mimi. For each tier list, what number of organisms would you like to do? Max of 25? It's as big as you want to make it. Like if you just have like 50 to okay, no more than 50. Let's do a max of 50. It's a good example of don't treat others like you were treated, treat others like you wanted to be treated. Because if I treated other people the way I was treated sometimes, I'd be a fucking terrible person. But I try not to. I might be a jerk to people IRL. I just don't like people in general. I always reflect how I'm being treated. Like if someone's being nice to me, I'll be nice to them. If someone's being a dick to me, I'll be a dick to them. But I won't be malicious. I'll just passive aggressive, so to speak. And then if it gets to the point where I'm thinking about it outside of the interactions, then I just cut it off. Like if I need to worry about somebody being in my DMs, or I need to worry about talking to someone or whatever, the second it's outside of whatever, you know, passerby interactions, I just immediately start avoiding them because I don't need that in my life. Just get severely bullied by people, maybe grow a certain hate for people. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to let that shit go. I'm very much so the type of pessimistic person who views everyone as somebody with an agenda every time I meet someone, and then I look at the interactions and the way they behave with people and stuff like that, and I can adjust my sentiment accordingly. The perks of being autistic is that I don't get the opportunity to paint everyone with the same brush because I just don't understand people in a larger like scope. For me, every person is a unique organism, which makes it very exhausting to talk to people because I try not to have main character syndrome and everyone else is NPC. I try to realize that every other person is their own life and their own story and their own shit. And it makes it very exhausting to have a bunch of new connections and stuff like that. So every single time I meet someone, I try to learn a significant amount about them or how they act or like what is with their life. Because if it's just a crowd of people, yeah, I will make blanket statements. I get more enjoyment out of being nice to them, even if they're being malicious. Oh yeah, the whole I'm gonna be nice to you just because I want you to feel bad later on when you realize you were being a dick and I would still be nice. Yeah, there's a level of like psychological manipulation and psychological like you know how brains work and behaving in a way that on paper seems good, but you know that it's going to affect the other person at a different point in life based on the interactions and stuff like that. Okay, Lucia. Extrovert or introvert? So I like making friends, but not being with a bunch of people at the same time. Yeah, I hate to say it. I don't have time for friends right now. Like if I'm not streaming or worrying about streaming or worrying about content, then I'm taking time to myself and enjoying my own life, either through playing games alone, falling down rabbit holes, stuff like that. Like I consistently, over the last 2 months, I have consistently DM'd 0 people. Like I literally do not engage in social activities over the last couple of months. The highest amount of social activity that I've engaged with was popping into Very's Discord, talking with her, Nim, and Grimmy, and that's basically it. That and the collabs that happened at the beginning of the month. But outside of that, I just don't talk to people. I'm very much so kept to myself. And I try to at least once a month try to talk to a person or an individual or people I consider close to me. But it's very easy for me to go months without talking to a certain person. I just am. Like, that's just how I am. I don't understand how people change their personality to each person. Isn't it mentally exhausting? There are social chameleons that fall into doing that even without forcing it, but can be exhausted afterwards. It's masking. There are people who do it who don't get exhausted afterwards, who are extroverts who, you know, get a dopamine hit or reward from it. But it's not so much, for me, it's not so much changing the way I behave with individuals. It's that I am who I am, but I need to learn about the other person so that I just know about the other person and what they're going through and can view them as an individual rather than a fleshy nonsense person who just has access to the internet and is just text on a screen, you know? I have like 10 friends and they hate the girl I was talking about earlier. So yay. Hey, tell one of them to do it. Also because I swear half of the guys in my school want to be gangsters with dentist parents and a stable home life and high annual income. And all of the girls are homophobic as fuck. Shit changes when you grow out of high school real fast. When people get a dose of what it's like to be in the real world, you know that change that happened from elementary school to middle school where everyone really changed and then like there was a little bit of a change from middle school to high school? Yeah, there's a bigger change after high school that happens to people. Normally junior and senior year it starts, and then in the next 2 years that follow after high school, people will get shot with a dose of reality and everything starts changing. It's crazy. Used to be friends with someone, the rest of my friend group didn't like them, so I had to pretend to hate this person while being friends with them. I mean, I'm in a bit of that situation right now. I had a person who was doing things that were brought to my attention where people didn't like the behavior. I talked to the individual. I found out that they were doing it because of, you know, mental disorders that they had. And I was like, I can't excuse the behavior, you know, for my other friends. But like, to me personally, I understand where it's coming from. So I'm not going to hold it against you because I get it. And I essentially told everyone who was involved in the situation, like, look, I'm still friends with this individual. You guys don't, like, I understand what was going on and I tried to explain it to everyone else and I'm like, it's okay. I'm not expecting any of you to interact together or like whatever. It's just like, I'm not going to change my relationship with somebody based on what you felt was a thing versus what they intended. You're still completely validated to feel that way. That's fine. That's just how you reacted to the situation. But now I know how it was intended. There's just a miscommunication that happened that's like segregated the group. And I'm like, I'm still going to be friends with them. I'm going to be friends with both sides. And if either of you have a problem with that, then you can stop being my friend. And the situation was resolved. Like, but it's exhausting doing that. 100%. Ambivert, love talking about people and talking to people and being surrounded by them, but I get very introverted IRL, unless under specific circumstances. Yeah. I'm very much so a controlled extrovert. Like, I am an introvert 90% of the time, but when I want to be extroverted, it's under very specific circumstances for sure. There's so many freshmen and sophomores then. There's a very high likelihood. I used to treat others differently because I wanted to be liked by everyone, but when I learned that it's sort of toxic to act that way because someone will misconstrue you as being two-faced and fake, you have to just be yourself, and people don't like you, that and they fuck off. Yeah, that's what I've done with a couple of people. I mean, I did that with Beta. Fun fact. I basically was like, yeah, we're not friends anymore because we're not getting along. Bye. Like, it's just what happened. And
it's almost time.
It is
early payment
definitely important to be
eyeball.
yourself with everyone else because you. Yeah, it is a good example of like people are going to see you as two-faced. You need to be yourself with everyone, both for your own personal like benefit, so that you don't feel like you're constantly adjusting yourself to the situation, but also because people are going to feel lied to if you're specifically holding back something that they consider to be a core part of your personality. Like, you're not actively lying to them, but you're purposefully hiding something from them because you don't think they'll like it. And by doing that, the other person is just going to immediately start losing trust for you because now they don't know what other things you're hiding from them. Like knowing and actively hiding things based on a person is going, if they find out about it, it's going to make them trust you less. Talking about it and being like, yeah, I really like this thing, but like, I don't really want to discuss it because, you know, it's something that you don't like, is way better than just never doing it and purposefully hiding it. Because there's lies by omission. And omitting a core personality feature of yourself is very disingenuous to the other person. Depending on like the level of friendship, you know, acquaintance, friend, partner, lover, married to them, have a kid, like there's different levels of, you know, tiers that you get through where, you know, you don't divulge that information to them because they haven't reached that level of intimacy / friendship with you, right? That's understandable. But when you are somebody's partner and the partner expects to know everything about you because you've committed to whatever type of relationship you're going to be in, and you're just hiding parts of you because you're afraid they're not going to like it, A, means that when they find out that you're hiding it, it's going to be a problem. And B, it also means that like that's just not compatible. Because if they did like it, then you're now more compatible and you feel better. And if they didn't like it, that's a pressure on the relationship. You're adding pressure onto the relationship by not knowing if they enjoy it because you're too nervous, scared, or embarrassed to admit it. It's by its very nature a failure within the relationship. Because you're always going to feel like, well, they don't know the real me. Well, they don't know the real me. Well, yeah, no shit, motherfucker, because you're hiding it. That's just what you're doing. Of course they don't know the real you. You never talk to them about the real you. So of course you don't feel like they understand you because you've never talked about who you are. Like, it's really hard to be vulnerable and talk about shit that makes you uncomfortable and shit that you don't like and all of this other stuff because it's going to put potential strain on the relationship and end it. But the fact of the matter is, if you don't do that, it's already putting strain on the relationship and will end it. It's just how it is. Yeah, being vulnerable sucks. No one likes to do that. But if you're going to be serious about a relationship with anyone, even in a friendship, you need to be honest about shit that makes you feel like less of a person. Because if you're not going to do that, then it's going to turn into a superficial relationship, which is fine. But you need to understand that it's a superficial relationship and not try to expect more out of it than what it is. Like the smell of gasoline, that's a thing. I don't remember what it's called, but there's actually a thing about that. I have a BFF that I want to make them my ride or die. Yeah, I mean, good luck. One of my friends has basically become a sister to me, and we both actively call each other brother and sister even 3 years later. Yeah, there's like, those are the, you know, everyone talks about like, man, I wish I had a friend like that, or man, I wish I had a homie like that, or man, I wish I had a whatever like that. But the thing is like, you can't get that deep of a relationship without like being vulnerable. Because the trust and dedication, like, there's a very good example of being in the military, right? And you form a brother-like or a very strong bond with those around you in your platoon or otherwise, even after you get out. And the reason why you form this really strong bond is not through emotional vulnerability, not to the same degree, but I literally need to trust you with my life, because if I don't, I will die. And that level of vulnerability, at least in a physical sense, causes men to band together and stick together because they know and trust one another that if something happens with them, they can leave their literal life in someone else's hand. That's why you see, you know, 50-year-old military buddies. That's why that happens. That's why those people, you know, exist around each other. You're not going to get that level of connection unless you're willing to give up that level of vulnerability to another human being. So when you see people who have had lasting friendships through years and years and years since they were kids, well, that's because that's the person they go to when they fall out of a relationship or they really love somebody or they need life advice. Like, you know what I mean? I like the Skittles smell. God damn it, banana. Oh, those Skittles do smell good. We established that we're basically found siblings after 4 months of knowing each other. Surprisingly, it's gone very, very well. Though there were a few hiccups sophomore year. Yeah. Be prepared. Things, friends, relationships, everything is going to change. When you leave high school, you kind of literally start a different life. You're not in school anymore. You're not seeing the same people every day. You might move. You might go to a completely different school. Like, you will lose a majority of your high school friends. Like, it's just, that's just how life works.
Your eyeballs pay for dog's food, though.
She was the first person I was ever vulnerable with. I don't even remember what made me decide that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Being vulnerable sucks. And I'm not that type of person. That's why I don't have friendships that are like that. Because in order for me to be vulnerable, I need to consider the other person to be better, smarter, or more applicable at a problem that I'm having that's making me be vulnerable. And I am so fucking headstrong. I am so confident in my own education, awareness, and capabilities that I've never really been vulnerable with anyone because I don't consider them to be of any like value to the situation that would make me open up. And that's an autism thing. So that sucks. But it takes a lot for me to look at somebody and go, they're better than me in this aspect. They're better than me at this thing. I don't know if it's because of the ADHD and being able to go down rabbit holes and just learning about a bunch of stuff, but it's very hard for me to, like, people, it's really tough because of the autism. Emotional connection is really hard. It has to be actions. It's always actions. It's always actions. It's always how consistent someone is, how consistently helpful someone is, the level of dedication they're doing to the actions that they're doing. Like, it's not fleeting. It doesn't just happen once a month. Like, it's like, there are people who can bond emotionally pretty well and then become vulnerable through that. But for me, because I have a hard time forming that emotional bond because of the TISM, it has to be through very much engagement based and over a longer duration of time. And when I do get attached, it's really bad because then I become like near codependent. So there's a whole lot ruling against that for me. Hi, Adam. Yeah, I had some people I really liked and I'm still kind of friends with, but we barely talked since they graduated. Some of them graduated like 2 years ago too. Yeah. I need someone who can handle my weirdness and who can actually tolerate or laugh at my jokes. I need somebody who gets me. Yeah, and for things like that, for me, would end up being months and months and months and months of communication. I also have like terrible infatuation things. Like the ADHD causes moments of like, ooh, new shiny thing, right? And you go down a million rabbit holes with the new shiny thing, like products, people, topics, ideas, etc. And then I go, okay, I learned about it, and I back off. Right? There's things that I need to see or behavior patterns that need to be consistent for me to like return to it. Like in my life, the two things that I have picked up and been consistent at, which I guess would be my special interests at this point, is programming and the guitar. Everything else has either been a fleeting interest or something that is like kind of reoccurs over time, or I did once and I'm like, I like that. Maybe I'll return to it, and then I don't ever go back to it. So it's really hard for me to have that same level of dedication when it comes to a human being, because I only have two things in my life that I've ever done that with as a like personal level.
Chat.
Hey, welcome back, son. I tend to think the opposite. I think I'm just stupid. No, human beings are very different from each other. for me it takes anywhere from weeks to hours for me to decide if someone's gonna be my friend. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like I can very much be an acquaintance with pretty much anyone. That's fine. But when it comes to like being a friend, it's much, much harder. Because like the distance between acquaintance and friend is like a fucking Pacific Ocean gap. Hi, Taka. What are your thoughts on other dogs? They're cool. I like them. They're very simple. Never really had friends since high school, and my senior year of high school was the only time I attempted to make friends until now, at least. Yeah, I mean, I don't have friends IRL. And I haven't for over 10 years. Yeah, easily over 10 years. I haven't had a friend in real life that I would like go out and see in over a decade. I have 0 IRL friends, and I am content with that. Yeah, I am too. I'm not friend? Well, you don't like live around me, banana. Oh, Sin, we are Christy got back that man, I should have messaged you. I'm sorry, I totally spaced. Christy needed like time after 5 to like 5:30-ish, so I moved it around and I forgot to message you because she messaged me like right before I went stream. Yeah, she messaged me 3 minutes after I started streaming. So I forgot to message you. So if you're home right now and you need time to like go do shit because you have time. Like we're not going to be able to start for at least another 15 minutes. And I also have not heard back from Very, so I don't know what she's up to. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Hang on. Let me just make a group. Let me do this. I'm not friends with Christy? Huh. Oh, that's weird. I didn't have on friends until this year. I'm the type of person that where the loneliness will get to me. Well, hey, you'll have a spot here to hang out. That's why I stream. I just hate that I got my news dropped at me 10 minutes before I started stream. That's, yeah. Oh, you're autistic too. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, on a different level. Apparently, I'm also not friends with Sin. All right, we'll fix that too. Yeah, Discord friend, like friends on Discord, kind of doesn't really serve a purpose other than like very specific things. If I didn't like this community, I would have been gone a long time ago. That's fair, yeah. Delta, you traitor, how dare you not be friends with Christy? I just don't know. Okay, Taka. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm making a DND. I'm making a group chat for DND so that way everyone can know what's going on, and I'm not like trying to fucking put words everywhere, you know. Welcome back, Prawn. I think... hey, in 52 minutes, we're gonna get to 69 hours. I think I'm going to... I want to have a warhead, because I haven't had one in, like, weeks. Nice. Yeah. There we go. Ooh, it's blueberry. I mean, blue raspberry. I've got you muted. Hit me on the Discord when you're ready to start. Let's see. Warhammer. Yeah, Warhead. It's a candy. I found a cool stick at the convention hall and I'm showing it off to everyone and now somebody's calling me autistic. Hey guys, look at my cool stick. Okay. Oh my god, it's so sour. Ah, god. Woo. Oh, nice, Lucia. Oh, look, a sticky cat. Hi, Calico. Dude, look at this cool stick I found. Why do you have a stick? Because it's cool. Sticks aren't cool. Yes, they are. Is this a cool stick? It's solid 7 out of 10. Turn it back. Yeah, see, you said it's a cool stick. You're artistic. I'm good. How are you, Calico? How have things been? You know, like the bean cat. You guys are pretty good beans. %90 of DPS players are brain dead. I mean, yeah, that's why they're playing DPS. Nap? I can love naps. I bet Calico loves IRL when they sleep. That's hilarious. Also, sticks are goated. I saw a post. I saw a post online of a cool stick. Hang on. Is it a Twitter thread? It was literally like a man that had a stick on his lap. Hang on. It's like, I don't know if it's a guy thing. Yeah, here it is. Hang on. Mature content. Here we go. All right, I'll bring this up on stream. Look at that stick. I might. I heard too. I mean, meow. Oh, there's plenty of people in chat who'd probably purr. All cool sticks are 10 out of 10. Yeah, exactly. Look at this damn stick, dude. How awesome is this stick? It's a Dark Souls boss weapon, right? Yes, Piranha. You probably are talking about Six. Yes, Six and I share a model from an artist over in Japan. This looks like the sword from the world's finest assassin reincarnated in another world, right? I love this stick, dude. This is such a great stick. It means this is still out there. The stick of legend. There's no freaking way that stick exists. Like, guys. You're not autistic if you can appreciate a good stick. Okay? There are women out there who can appreciate a good stick. There are men out there who can appreciate a good stick. It's a damn cool looking stick. I like your stick, G. What is the puppy talking about sticks again? Because of Cryptic. A purple legendary weapon, right? It's one of those weapons that like fall apart and reveal like a super intricate like thing underneath it. Oh, I'm surprised you knew who I was talking about. He always gets compared to him. Yeah, I do. We're like the only two streamers that I know of that use this model. So it kind of makes sense. And he's much more popular than me. So like when people see me, if they also look at other streamers, they might see somebody who's more popular. My feet are warm. That's a good thing. Oh, right. Because of the, yeah. Calico, I know what you mean, but I pictured like a cat that was like frozen in a position with like the tail straight down, and you like just pick up the cat by the tail and just like swing it around. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Okay. Okay. I just searched, called Divine Treasure, the Mighty Gay Ball. Gay! I actually don't know if that's how it's pronounced. I've seen that in like Final Fantasy. It's actually like pretty common. It's got to be like a legendary weapon, like a historical weapon, because it's used in so many different media pieces. It looks like my friend's Guyball. Oh, pronunciation. Let's see. It's actually Gay Bolga. If we're going by the original Celtic, the GH is to be stressed roughly, almost coughed out. Bolga. Gay Bolga. Something between a G and a K. G. G. Huh. Do they pronounce it in this? 36. Well, it is pronounced gay. So there's that. Name. There are people who are like gay bulge, and I was like, okay, well, it's not that. I hope. Dry pea. Dry piranha, yeah. It sounds erotic. Well, it's a spear of legend. Does that help? Probably not. Stop biting. Why you bite? All right. I am Car. Oh, hi, Coco. Jeez. Yeah, I need to get a, I need to make sure I have a bite emote for when I ever do the 2.0 thing. Bueno authorities. Hey, Coco got it. Ow. Jesus. I'm breathing all over your hands for my burp. That's really likes biting. Yeah, I think I do. Smells like... Okay, fuck off. I can't see it. My eyes are closed. I can't see it. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's bad. But we should put me in big dog mode, which means I'm not gonna look. Haha.
Hello, imbecile.
You said hi. And I'm looking. Oh, hi, Chips. Delta bite redeem. I don't think I'm allowed to give that. It would be cool. Like I could technically, but the thing is like as I get bigger, I can't really be doing specific things. Like I was like, well, I could technically have a system in place where an object gets loaded into a 3D space and the object gets textured with the icon of the user, so like I can grab it and bite them. But then the problem with doing that is that the users can put whatever they want as a profile picture and then do the redeem without Twitch seeing the, you know, profile picture first. So yeah, we can't do that. Delta, return to the dark mode. We don't have dark mode enabled until the subathon ends. I don't actually remember what the key for dark mode was. Was it this one? No, it was emo. Yeah, it was E for emo. Smiley, this dark mode doggo. It's been so long. Yeah, it's been 42 days or 43. What are we on? 43 days. 2 seconds of bliss. Naming my sex tape. I love that joke. That was a great joke. That joke's from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Lost to this monster, the man behind the slaughter. What? Don't worry about it. It's fine. I was planning on playing the tabletop Warhammer, but I'm bad at making the little figurines. I mean, you don't have to paint them. You can also buy pre-painted ones. Man, I missed season 1 Spy X Family. Oh God, do I watch this? Nope. Hello. No, I am not listening to any more of that. Maybe I just go in the woods and I just make art and sell dice. And I don't have to interact with the internet anymore. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe I just don't interact with the internet anymore. Hi, winner. Sin's waiting on me? Oh, Sin, I'm already in the room. I don't think he looked. I said I'd dragon from lobby. So he needs to join lobby and I'll dragon. Yeah, if you want to. How you doing, Winter? Why are you? Oh, you're gonna be awake for a bit, huh? Hunter. It's too late. You're too locked in now. Oh, God, I know. Guys, come on. Don't make me look at the internet. The internet sucks now. The internet is full of. When did cringe start being funny? How did we get there? There is like some funny cringe, but I swear we've just moved full like this is hard to watch cringe.
Shit.
There you go.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
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 I keep forgetting you're on the spectrum too.
Yeah.
So you're like, yeah, I was real upset when I figured out 10 minutes before I was gonna start streaming. I'm like, who the? It's 10 minutes before streaming. I don't get it. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. I have my schedule. I do my thing. Interrupt schedule.
Yeah.
Angie.
Yeah. Yeah. Angie. Angie.
Angie.
I
Let me get Fuji pulled up.
hated it. It was just like, you know, I was literally got my phone plugged in, ready to go. There's no scuff. This knock. I'm like, oh, it's like, oh, it's his birthday, and
Wait.
she's in town, and
Yeah.
One to Yippee.
we're gonna. Oh.
Wow.
Oh well, I guess I'll take a shower, Grandma. Yeah, that's.
No, Winter managed to get a sticky note from Prime Gaming subscription. Cause like Prime subs,
awesome.
yeah, Prime subs still pay like the $3. So basically just got like paid like $22 for a sticky note and a Prime sub. That's so funny. All right. What do you want your sticky note to say? Actually, I'm pretty sure Sin's older than I am.
I am.
Yeah. Uncle Sin.
Uncle Sin. What the fuck?
Uncle Sin. Unk Sin. Hey, do you know what? Don't feel bad. Chad keeps talking about like funny Gen Alpha memes, and I'm just like, you see, the irony of that is none of the Gen Alpha memes are funny.
I mean, well, that one was funny because it's true.
Yeah. I think millennial memes were like, okay. Like they were fine. And then we got to Gen Z. And Gen Zs were like pretty good curators of fine internet content. And then we got to Gen Alpha and it just fucking shit went off the rails.
Yeah, it just
like,
went off the rails. It's like,
at least Gen Z put effort into it.
yeah,
like what defines a Gen
I mean,
Alpha
how I love all the Gen X memes about
There's
not giving
Gen
a fuck
X
about
memes?
anything. Yeah, about not giving how little Gen X gives a fuck about anything. Oh, I love it.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Why is the Z next
'cause
to the
it's like-
X?
It's like because it's like true because it's very true. I think the best one is like talking about like how people were always like, oh man, this generation they would never survive the beaches of Normandy, and this lady was like, well, picture this. Well, picture this. The front line is
Oh,
Gen
thank you for
Z.
following.
Like the frontline soldiers will be Gen Z. They already have like no will to live, and
Yeah, they just fucking throw themselves.
and they're being led by Gen by millennials who have all the tactical know-how to win Fortnite.
Yeah.
Because then you have then those people are being led by Gen X, people who don't give a fuck about anything. It's like, do you really think they stand a chance on holding the beaches in Normandy? I'm like, lady has a point. Lady has a big point. It's like, oh wow. It's like, yeah, lady has a point, and I am not going to argue this. All right, Lucia said I was lagging in and out. Has that been fixed?
Yeah, it's been fixed.
All right, I think it's because I
Alright.
had your stream. Probably because I had your stream up.
Maybe. Oh my god. I'm sorry about the dog in the background. I don't know why he's barking. He might need to go outside, and my mom just doesn't. Oh no, she's out in the living room, so he's probably barking at her. Okay.
Look. You don't want me to go on the floor. lady.
Lady.
All right, lady, let's discuss this. You know, I don't want my nose rubbed in anything, and you don't have to clean up the carpet. So, compromise.
Nah, he's just being a butt.
I'm
Yeah, I know you're talking. I'm trying to go fast because I'm trying to get the sticky note out.
yeah. Gotcha.
Hunter isn't real. Where the fuck do I put this? I'm running out of space. Oh god, I'm like actually running out of space. I guess I can.
Oh, I
Okay,
remember
there we
when they made mine out. Even then, I was like, I don't even know where to put it.
Yeah,
It's
no,
like
it's
completely covered.
definitely a problem now.
Start putting sticky notes on top of other sticky notes.
No, I can't. Everyone's has to be viewable.
Make your
Else I'm gonna
model
feel
bigger.
bad. There we go.
I'm joking.
Yeah, I know. The dog wants to explore. You wouldn't survive D-Day. You wouldn't act like they'd want to survive. No, see, the problem is with D-Day, it's like, we wouldn't survive D-Day. I'm like, well, are we talking about D-Day now, or are we talking about D-Day then? Because D-Day now would be drones.
Now we're talking
bombs, and
about
there is
D-Day
no
then.
beach.
D-Day, beach. You mean that field of glass over there? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that giant area of half glass, half crater. Yeah.
Nothing will make no military act will make me laugh harder than when the U.S. soldiers like eliminated freaking that one Russian PMC the Wagner group.
No, I never heard of that.
Oh, you didn't hear? Oh, okay. This happened.
Gen X or Facebook memes.
I can't remember exactly when this happened,
pop
but there was
culture.
there was a time where, I mean, go figure, we were they sent out all these special forces units to go protect oil fields. Go figure.
Yeah.
And the Wagner group happens to roll by, and we spot the Russian equipment and call over to Russia, and they called the Kremlin and was like,
Mm-hmm.
"Yo, we're doing an operation here. We are tasked with defending these fields. Is this you? This you over here?" And Russia was like, we have no Russians in that area. And we're like, understood.
Okay, burn.
Understood. And the order was given out, light them up. Nothing survived that grid square.
I believe that.
Literally nothing survived that grid square. We had everything on them. Like, hell, you want to react to a video? I'll give you the video.
You know, I'm good.
I'll give you the video. It is absolutely hilarious what we did to them.
As someone who has a Gen Alpha brother. Yep. Sorry, chat's talking about what Gen Alpha, like Gen Z means, Gen X means, and all that sort of stuff.
Oh.
And somebody was like, yeah, and Gen Alpha is a picture of a cantaloupe with the text cucumber underneath it.
All right, I'm gonna send you the link to the video. You can react to it later.
Okay. Or a cat spinning going, I-E-O-U-I-U. Okay, to be fair, I did like the spinning cat. But there are just some Gen Alpha memes that are terrible. And honestly, like, for those who are wondering what's the difference between a Gen Alpha meme and a Gen Z meme or whatever, basically, I think, like, after a certain point, there's no, like, when a meme is created, right? And the people who are born Gen Alpha or Gen Z or whatever is around like 14 to early 20s, somewhere around there, then they own that meme. Like, they own that meme space for X amount of years, and then the next one comes in after. So, like, for example, there is no more Gen Z memes. Not really. Like, all of the memes that happen now are pretty much Gen Alpha memes. Wait, and then, you know, in 10 years or so, 5 to 10 years, they'll all be Generation Beta. Boy, can't wait to see how that turns out.
All right, I sent you the link.
Okay. Yeah, so I kind of had a general prep for today's session. We'll need to see if Very actually pops up. Very's been having how do I put this in a way that's understandable but also vague enough? Very has a medical condition that can flare up.
Okay.
So the flare, like, she's been flaring up essentially, which causes her to not be able to sleep very well. So she has a really, really inconsistent sleep schedule, and if she can sleep, she should sleep. So there might be a possibility that, like, she passed out. Both either like literally or, you know.
And if we need her, then we can just postpone.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, it depends on the situation. Like, we'll hang out for a couple hours. You know, Christy can pop in. We can yap about things, or we can do hypotheticals, or we can do offshoot mission, or like whatever.
That if we do decide to postpone, I mean, we can always do 3-player Mech Warrior or BattleTech. I don't care.
Maybe we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, like I said, it's just something just toss out there. I think I got.
Did you hear? I got invited to the beta program for the closed beta for Mecha Break.
I saw your tweet. It was congratulations.
I'm super stoked. I signed an NDA. I'm literally not allowed to disclose any of the information on social media.
Of course.
Think I'm also not even allowed to disclose personally. I'd have to check the agreement again that I signed, without written permission. So, like, how cool would it be if I got written permission from the Mecha Break team to be like, hey, I wanna talk about this because I'm really excited about it. I think my community would really like it. I'm a fan of mecha shit. I loved Mecha Break when it came out. I'm a huge fan of mecha stuff. So I was like, how cool would it be, you know, if I talk about maybe, you know, things that were in the public alpha or public beta, and can I talk about like the things that changed and get like an exclusive agreement with the company to watch a video about specific things in the closed beta that were either fun or, you know, whatever, and be one of the very few content creators that would be able to push out closed beta information out of the NDA because I have signed permission. How cool would that be?
That would be pretty cool. I'm just like, you know, I wasn't able to make it into the earlier test that was out. Wasn't able to make it. Well, then again, because I've had it on my wish list forever.
Yeah, it's been years, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But you weren't able to make it into the closed one?
I wasn't able to make it into the closed one, which kind of sucked because it was like, you know, I was looking forward to it. And then oh no, it was because like at work it was a boost week. So boost week basically is, you know, they do this stupid sale where they basically do a stupid sale. And you know, generally they're very ill-timed, just like this one is coming up. They're very ill-timed, and of course it's like closed beta for this week, and it's like I gotta.
Was it 1 week only?
Generally, I don't know how long this closed beta is, but all I know is that, you know, a lot of the closed betas I get generally tend to align with my store's like super sales where I have to be there, and I really don't have the time to
It was a playtest.
do the playtest. Like the last playtest I did was for a game called Hangry, and I played it and it was like, yeah, if you play for 70 minutes, we'll give you the game for free.
Jesus.
And I played it for like 30 and was like, I can see why they're giving away a game away. I can see why they're giving away the game for free. Holy crap.
Yeah,
I
that's
can see why
unfortunate.
that's happening. Like, yeah, no, I couldn't even make the full 70 minutes.
I'm trying to figure out, because I think it was 2 weeks. You're right. It wasn't like a long period of time. I think it was at most 2 weeks.
Oh, by the way, if you haven't seen it, there's a Preggers picture of me now.
This is a what picture?
Here's a Preggers picture.
Preggers? Oh. Was it Banana? Did Banana do it?
Yeah, Banana did it.
Of course Banana did it. Banana did that to me too.
I love Banana.
Yeah, Banana's really nice.
I like mine's a little bit, but not because it's me, but mine's is better because it's got that that side silhouette look.
Mhm.
Like most like
Oh yeah.
pictures and everything. Yeah, it's got that. It's using that stuff. I was like, holy crap! I guess this is going to happen eventually, but you know what? At least it looks nice.
Yeah. I've God, chat got me back on the art urge, because I need to trip over a specific hobby like 3 or 4 times before I actually start like getting involved with it on a deeper level. I don't know if you can relate to that or not. But I did Dog Ross, which was a play on Bob Ross, obviously, and I did the thing, and now I'm like, I kind of want to do art again.
Well, I mean, I saw the picture. It looked good.
I think it looked like not
really
bad
good
for the level of know-how and more importantly, the fact that I used one brush for the whole thing.
It looked really good. It looked like you took you took your time with it. It did. I mean, even if as the artist you're looking at like, oh wow, it was just something simple, but from my point of view, who didn't do it,
yeah, that's the other thing that's like, I've always wished like somebody asked me if you could gift humanity one thing, what would it be? And everyone's always like, I want to end world hunger, or like free healthcare, like whatever. One of the first things that always pops into my head is I want the artists, the creative directors, whatever. I want the people who made a thing to forget all about it so they can watch it from a public standpoint.
Right.
Because you can't enjoy a book that you wrote. You can't enjoy an art piece that you made. Not to the same level that somebody who didn't work on it can. Same thing with like games or anime, whatever it is. There are so many artists out there that just, if they were a part of something very famous or very, a very large movement in, humanity, they will never, ever be able to understand what every single other person on this planet felt because they were the ones who made it. So I get that too. Like when I'm working, or when I did that art, like I started with a blank canvas and I turned it into that. So like I know how everything happened. But then if you show it to someone, they don't see any of that. They just go, "Oh, that's that." Yeah, and like my brain can't fucking make that like twist, like understanding it from the other person's perspective, because it just doesn't work. What if they saw it and went, "What the hell is this?"
It's a simple thing. It's the simple thing of that phrase that artists never appreciate their own work.
Yes, 100%.
And and it's so true. at the same time, that's why I've kind of like started taking a step back and stop being so harsh on myself about things.
Yeah.
I mean, like even the time where I'm still doing the learn to fucking draw thing, that's that series. Even though I haven't done any drawing this week,
It's
I
hard
haven't
too.
It's not because I don't want to. It's because things went on this week. I wasn't inspired to draw, so
Yeah,
I still
that's
want to.
tough.
I'm still going to continue the learn to fucking draw thing because I do want to learn how to draw. I just
I
call
do
it learn
too.
to. I just call it learn to fucking draw because it just sounded funny.
My recommendation
Mhm.
as somebody who plays a musical instrument, so the thing you should always shoot for, and this is kind of pot calling the kettle black because, but also because I was really bad. Yeah, you motherfucker. One of the things that I always struggled with was so this is very weird curve. I'm going to try to explain in the sense of like learning a musical instrument that can probably also be in artistry, and I need to say this out loud so it's something I can hear as well for myself. When you begin the journey of learning something new, specifically creatively new, there's a couple of things that like your brain has to go through. Thing number one is you will never be happy with what you make because you're not at the level you can be happy with anything you make. Like when I was learning to play guitar, I was just trying to make a power chord in one location and then move to a different part of the neck and do the same like position with my fingers and do a power chord in another location.
Right.
That is hard when you've never played guitar before, but incredibly fucking simple if you have even a couple of months playing, right? So there's specific aspects of learning something where I can't draw a circle or a square with equal proportioned sides, right? That is one of those things that is just by very nature of learning that, it'll eventually happen. So those, try to not get discouraged by those, but more on top of that, the biggest barrier to growth is always going to be, it's never actually practicing, right? It's not like, the thing that's going to keep you from growing is that you don't practice enough. The thing that's actually going to keep you from growing, musical instrument or otherwise, is not picking it up.
Right.
The most important thing, especially if you the autism or ADHD or anything, the most important thing you can do is find a reason to pick up the pen. Find a reason to pick up the instrument. Find a reason to put yourself in the position where you will do anything. And it's not being a hard ass on yourself, like I have to practice and I have to do this and I have to stick to a schedule. It could be as easy as like, man, I don't really want to draw today because I'm not feeling inspired.
Yeah.
Go do circles. Go do squares. Go do something dumb. Trace. Like, even if okay, I'm not going to practice today because I'm just not going to practice today, but the least I can do is sit in front of the computer for 10 minutes or 15 minutes and just scribble, do abstract art, do something that is you actually would think is a waste of time to do. Like legitimately, like you go, I want to do this, but that's a fucking waste of time. I don't even do that. I'm not going to get any, it's like, it's not going to give me any value. The value that it gives you is making that process a part of your life, because that is the hardest thing for human beings is making it a part of your life. Yeah.
Getting into the habit is tough. I think my biggest thing was when was sharing it, because I did put both those pieces on Twitter for public view, and even like I was saying, like, fucking, this is garbage. This is so good. My head looks so terrible, but it's just one of those things where it's like you put it out there, you do it, and then it's like your first instinct is to delete it.
Yeah, because it's a vulnerability thing.
Yeah,
like it's bad, or like it's whatever, right? And you're just showing people it, and people the internet, and it's just like, ugh. Yeah.
But no, I got some good some positive feedback from both of those pictures. It was just one of those things where it's like, okay, this is day 2. And I even wrote like, it's my first time doing freehand via observation,
Yeah.
I'm looking at my character. My character looks nothing like my model. You know,
Yeah.
I literally sat here and looked at OBS, looking at my model while drawing
Yeah.
my model, and it looks nothing like my model.
Yep.
But at the
That'll
same
happen.
time, at the
But
same
you did
time,
something.
it was it's something, and I'm like,
Yes.
I'm kind of proud of this now.
Because
And then you start to see a few likes trickle in. I'm like, oh my god, people! I hope they actually.
it's
like
that
it.
cat. It's that cat blushy face where it's got its two paws up to it.
Mhm.
I think Winter has that. Yeah. Yeah, and it's so important to just do something, because the difference between people who get really good at something and people who don't get really good at something is just doing the thing. And it's such a basic ass thing to say. It's like, well, the difference between people who live and die is the living people breathe. Like, but it's not any deeper than that. It's like you just need to do it. It's like, well, I don't practice. Doesn't matter. Are you doing it? Yeah. Then you're improving. Period. Whatever you do, you're improving, because maybe it's you're learning how to draw straight lines better. Maybe it's you're learning how to do circles better. But by actively doing anything you want to do on a canvas, you are getting better muscle memory to develop things.
Mhm.
And that's why it's so valuable to get in the habit of just doodling. Like you don't actually need to do practice. Now, that being said, again, as somebody who I would classify myself as intermediary at the guitar. I can play rhythm for pretty much almost any Metallica song given like less than a week. I can't do lead. I'm not that good. But you pick a Metallica song, I could probably figure out how to play the rhythm for that song in a week or less. Like,
Yeah.
I would classify myself as intermediary. The problem with being intermediary at something is it's a nasty place to find yourself, because you're good enough to be mostly happy with what you create, but that means you end up not having the drive to get better, because you've gotten to the realm of like where you are like okay with stuff. And that's why I've fallen off in guitar. Also living in living space and a whole bunch of other stuff. But
Right.
so the arc you're going to go through, which if you're like me or like most people, first, you're going to be really, really happy with it, because this right now, you will never experience this again. And I want to hype you up a little bit. You will never, if you become a famous artist for whatever reason, you will never get this experience ever again. You will only be able to experience this once, so enjoy it. The experience you're going to find is that you are going to improve massively in like 45 days. And I mean massively. Like, if you get into something like doing emotes, for example, right? And you really get into doing emotes, in 45 days, you're going to go from making something that is barely recognizable as an emote, the proportions are off, the eyes aren't right, yada, yada, yada. In 45 days, you are going to skyrocket in your capability. It's still going to look amateur, but it's not going to look beginner. There's a difference.
Yeah.
The problem with this, so like hyping you up, it's going to be really fun, it's going to be really cool, but also tempering, is that you will never have that experience again. The second those 45 days are up, you now need to do 90 days to get that same level of development, and then 180 days, and then a year. Like, as you become better at something, the room to grow becomes smaller and smaller, right? Because you can theoretically, your ceiling, like for example, if you're doing life art and you have somebody you're painting or somebody like you're working with, right? The ceiling is literally, it looks exactly like the person. And as you get closer to that ceiling, it's harder and harder to make it better, because you're so good at it now.
Getting those details, and
yeah, exactly. So you're going to get really good in a short period of time, and then you're going to have this awful effect where you're like, man, I am not progressing. My art is not getting better at all. Like, I used to be, I learned how to do this in a week. I learned how to do this in a week. Like,
It's almost time.
it's going to
for
be
dogs
really
calling
easy to get
payment
down on
using
yourself for your
eyeballs.
progress. And I'm kind of telling you that now, because you could be like, yeah, he says that, but it's not going to be that way. But if it does turn out that way, you're going to be like, ah, fuck, he was right. But at least you know, because I didn't know that. Hi, Herbert Crab. Hi, Phoenix. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I'm in a conversation with Zen.
Phantom and Phoenix. Hello.
But
I got your chat up. So.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, it's so important to know that, because I kind of know a little bit about you. I can kind of see how your headspace works, and I can know, I feel like there might be a level of potential demotivation if someone isn't like if you didn't know that things are going to slow down significantly, like if like because like 45 days is a pretty good chunk of time to get in the rhythm of experiencing growth, and then to just have it like instantly plateau afterwards is going to be really like demoralizing. Like, so it is for a lot of people.
Well, what you were saying is absolutely true, because I see it in my in rigging, right?
Yeah, that's a great example, because you've been working on that.
You know, the first my first rig was so fucking god awful. It was
Every rigger is like that. I have somebody who has like 30,000 followers on Twitter, who I used to talk to, who I was going to be their first rig, and they were on stream and they were looking at their first rig and they were like, this is terrible. This is awful. Why did I ever think this was good? And it's like, welcome to being an artist.
Being an artist. So yeah, my first rig was absolutely garbage. Then I did a few practice rigs, and I did those live on stream. Come about my fourth rig, I think, but after my second rig is when I took I went and took the master class to learn the intricacies of rigging. Because yeah, my first one was my very first live 2D rig. My second attempt at rigging was the same model. It's the same model, but still was, you know. And then the third is the third model, which is technically my fourth attempt. Came with the original iteration of the Finboy model that I had.
Okay.
That original. And at that point in time, I was like, "Oh my god, dude, this is incredible compared to the rest of my rigs." It was like, because I got that one, around like this, like you said, around 45 50 day mark is when I got that model.
Yep.
All right, bye Optimus. And then that one I was like, holy shit, that's awesome. And then I did his girlfriend's rig for the first time, which I'm redoing now. Did Mortuary's rig, and every single one of them got better and better and better and better. And lead on. Now I actually have 3 rigs in queue right now that I gotta do.
Okay.
I have a backlog.
Yeah, you getting paid though?
After these ones, no. But after this, I'm going to have my full portfolio ready.
Right.
Full portfolio ready, okay. And now I'll be able to start charging people.
Right.
And everything.
Yeah.
I'm going to start. Pushing, like, every Monday. VGen does a open application process where you basically post your work, and if it gets like 5 likes, you get a code. So,
okay.
I'm going to be starting to try and get a VGen code and start putting it in my portfolio, and hopefully we can start doing commissions.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense doing a couple for free, because it gets you used to working with a client, right? Because that's kind of important. You know, the I don't want to say bedside manner, but essentially bedside manner or consumer, interactions, and they might want things or update things or have opinions on things, and it will get you better at like doing stuff within the model. But it also gives you a sense of security that if you can do the same 3 models at the same degree, that when someone else comes in, that you can work on what they have to the same degree that the other ones did. And because for me, if I was in your situation, my biggest worry would be about not providing an equal service to a custoer, because the quality falters are like whatever.
Yeah, my biggest fear about actually doing the commissions is most of my portfolio is going to be straight from my current artist, my model artist, and everything. Okay. So if I get a tradition, my biggest thing. So I have found some other models, some traditional VTuber models, that were free to practice with. So I'm going to be practicing with those after I get done with these other 2 models. And everything.
And it also changes too, because you don't know what you're gonna get for like a PSD file. Like, you don't know how the cutting is gonna be. You don't know. True. So,
but I'm gonna be but I'm definitely one of those people where if I get one, I'm like, I need these things separated. Like there have been times where I actually got was on live on stream and was like, yeah, we can't do this. We can't do this. Like the entire shading on the face, like hair, face, chin, all the shades are one layer.
One layer.
There's no
Oh.
way.
Yeah, no. You'd have to go in and you have to separate it yourself, and that's not your job. That is not my job. Yeah, so
No, it's all one layer.
yeah,
So
that's
then,
tough.
so that's how Mortuary ended up getting a bun model, was because the original artist put everything on one layer, and we were like, I can't do this. Can you talk to your artist about getting it? And then that artist ghosted him. So I was like,
Of course.
I know a person, we could probably have one too pretty quick. And sure enough, Bun wasn't doing
That
anything. And I was
suck, I
like, hey,
know.
Bun, you
Your
might
eyeballs pay
help it
for
out here a little
dog's
bit.
food,
And,
though.
Unfortunately for me, it was probably the most complex physics heavy model I've ever done. But we got it done.
Yeah, and it'll be funny because like in a couple of months it'll be one of the least physics heavy models because you'll just be like way better at doing it and way faster at doing it and finding shortcuts and like a whole bunch of other stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna drag Christy in now.
Hi, Christy.
Hello, Christy.
Hello.
Hello.
How was work? Apparently busy.
Just have a lot of projects I'm working on.
Ah, okay. Yeah, we're talking about art stuff. Lucia coming out of the woodworks.
Well,
Wow, biased much.
I like
Biased
that.
for sin.
Lucia, I finally got my point system working. And Lucia's been raking in the freaking cash. I had to adjust it.
Oh yeah, no, because Lucia was gambling offline.
Yeah, I know.
I'm always.
I know. For the first few days that I have it on, I just left it on 24/7. After about a week or so, I'll turn it off and just turn it on for streams.
Yeah, I learned real fucking fast to. I learned real fast to turn that shit off after stream.
I love Lucia so much. It's just so funny because I'll be sitting here like working on my bot, and I look over and I just see my chat just going off. It's like, oh, Lucia won another one.
Yeah, I left. So I went to my dad's. I went to my dad's place up here when one night I remember it being cold out. I remember like ending early, and I came back and I saw a fucking Discord message that somebody got to. And at this time, getting to a mill was relatively rare. And I came back to someone who was like, yeah, while you were gone, someone gambled to 12 million. So it was like 12 to 6 times higher what it normally is. And I was like, I shouldn't have left the fucking bot on. I immediately closed the bot. And I'm like, God fucking damn it. I was only gone for like 4 hours.
Yeah, I told him I was gonna leave it on 24/7 for the first few days, and then after that it'll go off when the chat ends, when the stream ends. It was just so funny because it's like I'll be sitting there and I have 2 people in particular who have been in here. It's like roll because I'm doing dice rolls.
Okay, yeah.
I'm doing dice rolls instead of slots. So I was like, okay, so just dice rolls, whatever. And it's like roll for 10 million. I'm like, oh, what are the ranks at right now? So
it's like 10 million, 5 million, and then 100,000.
Yeah, and then like I look over and Lucia was like so close to beating 1 billion.
Jesus Christ.
No.
I specifically try to keep it relatively low because when you get to 1 billion, you're actually at integer limit. Like I think it's 2.17 billion is the max numerical value you can fit in an integer object in code. And I'm like, I'm not gonna fuck with that. I finished writing down all of the bird species. Now time to compile the photos. I'm glad I gave you something fun to do, Cordius.
So I ended up having to adjust the odds a little bit and everything. So instead of being 50-50, it is now like 42% chance of winning.
Yeah, I've thought about. I was actually gonna say it. I've literally thought about odds adjustments because I can change the payout amount because I have everything in my Python. Like I can do the mathematics behind the scenes, and I was like, I could make a 50-50 shot for doubling, and then but if it was a 25 to 75, so 25 you win, you would have to make it 4x. So like the economy would stay about the same, because what would happen is people would lose more frequently, but when they win, it's a higher multiplicative value. But then you can like adjust the multiplicative value, so you're gonna lose most of the time, but when you do win, you're winning like 2.5 or like 3 times like your entry or whatever. I would never do a half because it would just be hard to quantify. But
the biggest problem with my program right now is the fact that doubles is the big issue. If you roll doubles, then no matter if you're higher or lower than the threshold, you got a massive payout.
Okay.
And so that I'm going to have to look at the code and make sure, like, if you roll doubles and above the threshold, then you get the payout.
Yeah, that's probably a good way to do it.
I think the first doubles one I saw was Snake Eyes.
Oh, okay.
I was like, yes, but no.
What type of list would you like after this one? We'll just do this one list, Cordius. Neurotrauma.
Neurotrauma.
Hi, Neuro.
Hi, Neuro.
I'm sending my people this way.
Okay. Yeah. So I told Sin, Very has a condition, like a medical condition where she has flare-ups,
Right.
and she's been having a hard time sleeping recently. So, there genuinely may be a possibility where we don't get to D&D tonight just because Very might be asleep.
Yeah.
And she might pop in like an hour, and like we only might be able to do like an hour or two, which is fine with me because I'll be frank, like I looked over my notes and I was like, that's what we're gonna do. Wow, it's been a bit. But yeah, I have a whole plan for a bunch of stuff, and chances are like, I might do this arc, because the problem, like, I find myself creating stories very naturally, and so I might end up continuing to work on this until I find like a good resolution. So like I genuinely have no idea how long this is gonna last, because now that I've blown open the doors of like, yeah, we could just do this outside of the SUB-A-THON, my brain is like, okay, and then we do this, 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 and I'm like, this has got to end at some point.
No, it doesn't have to end.
It does not have to end. It will never end. You are stuck with doing this forever.
Yeah, oh god. Yeah, oh no, trust me, I'm a forever DM normally.
Me
but
too.
I like the DM periodically. It's just the fact that most of the things that I DM, I kind of want I kind of like try and make it so that players will interact with each other most of the time, and then we'll figure it out. I'll build the world, build the story that I have, but I really want the players to interact with each other. So it's just like one of those things where if I get a group where they're just sitting there like, tell me what to do, and I'm like,
yeah, it's really hard. Like group dynamics are really really
like,
hard.
how about you talk to each other or something? Get to know the party you're about to risk life and limb with. Something.
Yeah.
Something. Something.
I think it'll definitely be fun.
It's like you're not automatically. Oh, hi T, how are you doing? It's like it's not like you're in a party, you automatically know who's in your party. You don't know who they are or do or whatever. Because I generally, like, you guys are complete strangers. You're about to go and take a quest together and go fight, the unknown. Do you at least want to know each other's names?
Yeah, right. Well, that's why I kind of like the way that I introduced like everyone within the party, where it's like everyone has their own. And this is what I like to do. Everyone has their own story. Like everyone's got their own shit going on. You've got yours is probably yours, Sin, is probably one of the smallest ones, like the shortest backstory, so to speak. Just because you can work with that. Christie's is probably the biggest because Christy and I sat after stream for like 2.5 hours talking about adjustments to the story and lore and backgrounds and all that sort of stuff. So Christy has a huge history now. And then Very's probably the second, very somewhere in the middle, where like Very's character, she has this character kind of like pre-made, so to speak, and has a story for the character, but it wasn't something I created. It's just something that was inherent about the character. And I was able to kind of like point you all in the same direction. So there's like a motivation on a personal level to do the things, and that you guys were all working in parallel, but now you're kind of like, well, if I get in trouble, we all get in trouble sort of scenario. So it's mutually beneficial. And that's what I found to be the most organic way to have a party interact. It's to just be like, you all have your individual motivations, and you would benefit to having someone else help you with the individual motivations. And then it just kind of like melts on its own. Which is cool.
That is actually pretty cool. I like I said, my characters generally, their backstories are kind of like simple. They're very simple. I mean,
which is totally fine.
I find my characters a little bit more malleable. I mean, honestly, I'm one of those people that will like look at the pre-made like matrix of dice. Like, if you roll these two dice, this is your backstory.
You get this feature, and then you get this. Yeah,
and I can formulate a backstory off of that. So it's just really something really simple. But
yeah, so for somebody like you, your value doesn't necessarily come from here's a backstory and then having elements of your backstory appear in this story. I think for somebody like you want to get right into it, experience the story, and then have the story come back in on itself and be self-referential to things that you've done.
Kind of like it kind of defines, and I already know how my character's going to act and how he's going to be and how he's going to, how he's going to act and be and whatnot. But I'm more of like the story and the interactions we have along the way kind of define and kind of like chisel away and kind of define that character and whatnot.
Right.
I mean, I'm like, my character is who he is, but at the same time, it's kind of like he's going to get molded as time goes on. That's why I generally don't do like a huge amount of
Thunder,
backstory. To be fair, it does feel like I kind of like box myself in. So, say for example, like some of this dumb stuff, like
you have freedom, you have the ability to say something happened because you haven't established that it didn't yet.
Yeah,
like you haven't been like, oh, I can't do this because I said in my backstory that like I'm afraid of this or something like that, right? So like I totally understand that.
Well, there's that. I mean, there's that. There's always going to be like, your character does have a personality traits and quirks and flaws. That's fine. My character is selfish. I mean, he does do stuff for good, but there's going to be something in there's going to be something in it for him. That's just my character. Just like the whole thing. If it wasn't for the promise of a free trip to the brothel, you think he'd be down there freaking trying to figure out what's going on?
Whoa, no, which is also great.
It's like what? I was like, hey, look, okay, fine, I'll take a look. All right, free night. All right, cool. But he's got to have something for it, which is why I spent a lot of time debating on what his alignment was going to be, because of the fact that he isn't like full on Captain Jack Sparrow, but at the same time he is not going to be I'm doing this for good and righteous and blah 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 blah. And I want him to be a little bit more chaotic. I want him to be a little like not quite a troublemaker, but it's just like I'm going to have the freedom to fucking get the job done. I want to get the job done because at the end of it, I want to get paid somehow. But a lot of people, because I heard, I was going through the alignments, and a lot of people were like, oh God, it's chaotic neutral. Oh dear God, he's a troll. And I'm like, no, not necessarily. So I kind of like did some research on what chaotic neutral truly meant, and I was like, okay, yeah, this will totally fit my character. And that's
the thing is like chaotic
out here trying to like sit here and try and troll and make a mockery of the storyline. Absolutely not.
Chaotic neutral really is one of those alignments that I would say is probably the most free in the terms that you can be impulsive, because that is what chaotic neutral is. Impulsive neutral is what most people use it as. Like they'll use it to be able to justify doing something on a whim because it's chaotic. And And it's not necessarily bad, but the problem is there's a stigma around it because people like to use it as an excuse. Now,
Yeah.
I've also run personally. I've run a character that was lawful evil in a campaign, and
Oh, that's awesome.
running an evil character is very hard to like appropriately balance because they are evil, like by nature. So, for instance, they wouldn't hesitate to kill another humanoid to eat them. Whereas people would be like, wow, that's really inhumane. And they'd be like, okay, yeah, everyone's food. And like, it was not meant to be evil in the terms of like specifically malicious, right? And going out of the way, but it was evil in the terms of they have no qualms engaging in evil activity and sometimes will even seek it out for their own personal entertainment. And I also agree. I also am the type of person who's like, well, alignments can change. So he was a tiefling. He was born in hell. He saw slavery. Like he saw ownership. He saw tricky people or getting people into contracts and then like abusing them. Like he saw all of this as a part of like the way he grew up and was perfectly fine with it. And even understood the value of doing stuff like that. And so the party treated him kind of like a firecracker because he could behave normal like everyone else. But if you took your eyes off of him for a second, he was trying to get like a local tradesman into a contract deal that would specifically basically give the group ownership of his entire land, which is not good. Or
I'm going to legally screw you over. But
yeah, that's it, because he was lawful evil. He got his kicks by essentially manipulating the rules and doing it to the benefit to himself and the detriment of others. And so you can use that in a campaign setting. And over time, as he was more exposed to a reality outside of where he was born, he was able to see the beauty in neutralness or the beauty in good. But it took a while. Like it took a while because his development was around, if I'm not manipulating others, I'm getting manipulated. So there was part of a defense mechanism of like just straight up not being able to let people help him because he'd always be like, okay, well, what's the contract? Like, what am I agreeing to? Like, you know, those sort of things. And people are like, dude, nothing, calm down. And it's like, what do you mean calm down? This is just like how it's supposed to work.
It's all this fine print, bro. It's just semantics, man. Don't worry about it. It's just
Welcome back, Minnie.
Look at the deal you're getting, bro.
yeah, exactly. So
what's funny about like my character is you mentioned that like I probably have the like most detailed backstory and everything, but like my character's backstory is like a blurb.
That's very true. It's the like environment in which your backstory takes place is very worked out.
Yeah, because my character's motivation and backstory and everything is super simple, but it's the like societal and everything. That's where all the depth is. Yeah,
because Christy and I worked on creating
Mobius
an environment
That's a VIP
around her character that would make sense for her character to have the motivation to do the things that she's doing. So we had to we like develop this whole. It was more world building than character building, I guess.
Yep.
We developed a bunch of like information around her that would lead her to the situation that she's currently in, and that the situation she's actually in is, like Christy says, like a blurb, like showed up here, did thing, got thing. Okay, now we're here. But it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, it's like my character is a very simple individual. She's devoted to her ship, her crew, and
her mission.
And their mission is to just go explore and trade and things like that. So very much is
that's good. We're doing good.
That like could easily just add in little things when necessary, when beneficial to the story or whatever. But because it's not like there was no effort to like try and flesh out every single little journey and adventure the character had been through. just sets it up to allow for that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I, as a DM, like I specifically design the way I play to give immense amounts of free reign to characters wanting to develop their own backstory. Like, for instance, like you said, Sin, if we're all hyper specific in details and stuff like that with what your lore is, it does kind of trap you into a situation where you can't just on the spot be like, this would make sense for my character to experience, so I want to put this in. I, as a DM, like, if Christy in game or in character or whatever talked about one of her past missions that she was on and started making up names and making up things that happened, I'm completely hands off with that, and I will let anything happen, within reason, within like, and then we found 3 million platinum and we have it on the ship. I'm gonna be like, okay, no, that did not happen. Right? Like, within reason. But if Christy, says, yeah, I have this flute from this one time me and my crew went to a landing area, and it was given to me as a part of a ceremonial thing. It's like a good well wish to be out on the sea. Maybe it's a specific frequency that attracts birds, like whatever, right? So
Does it get rid of the rats?
Yeah, I don't know. But if Christy were to say something like that in character and turned to me and said, is it okay if I have this flute because or whistle or whatever because I want to use it in the scenario we're currently in, I'd be like, totally fine. Because it makes sense. It's developing your own backstory, it's developing your own history, and sure, why not? You can have a flute, right? There's not anything wrong with that. Like I said, as long as we're not talking about, yeah, I have this magic dagger, I just won in a lottery once, I shing, and it's like, okay, maybe not.
It does lightning, poison, death damage.
Yeah, exactly. But I want to give characters the freedom to do that, because sometimes stories are written as they're experienced, and sometimes if your character's having an emotional moment, the player is thinking back to like, why would they be emotional? Like, what happened? Like, what would make sense that happened in their story and their background? Oh, it would make sense that like the character lost a family member, or the character is, still looking for something even away from the original story, right? Like for instance, this one, of course it's wolves, but this one wolf I got along great with because I was at a cabin in a woods with my family, and like it was a vacation home, and I got along great with this one wolf, and like, but I only got to stay there for like a couple of weeks, right? And then I had to go home, and now I've always been wondering where that went, or if they followed me, or like the bond or connection, like, those sort of things. And like the person is making it up in their brain, like as they're going, and they're like getting emotional over like a dog getting kicked, or they just have like, they have such a visceral reaction to like animal abuse. Not because it's bad, because it is, right, but it's something in their backstory is like making it happen, and it makes sense for the character. So they're being very different than themselves, and they've come up with that in the moment, and they sit down and explain it later. It gives them freedom for that to happen, but also as a dungeon master, it gives me tools.
Yep.
So like, oh, we did this one thing with this one person, this one flute, and this one time, and I'm like, okay, so they have a flute, and like it's supposed to be a charm. Maybe it's magically enchanted. They never tried to attune to it yet because they didn't know they could. And then like going through things, right? And now all of a sudden, Christy does a thing or goes into a scenario, and like it starts lighting up, or like someone does detect magic on you and says, hey, that flute is magical, and you're like, the fuck? And like you go to get it identified, and there's like a whole thing about like,
that's a whole nother story written right there.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And by allowing players the freedom of, writing their backstory or adding on to their backstory in a manner that is like not pre-established, you're given the freedom as a dungeon master to also bounce back and give them something. And in doing that, you can actually make a whole different trajectory for that character that was never expected, which is fun. But yeah, it is collaborative storytelling. Like your players need to feel like they have the freedom to do that, and some dungeon masters really don't give their players that much freedom. They're like, does it say it on a sheet?
Oh god, tell me about it. Like there was one group I sat down. Dungeon master was literally, I roll dice, then you roll dice, then I roll dice, then you roll dice, and like it tried to get me into the game, and I'm like, bro, I will come in as a guest character that will just like flash in, be like, oh hey, oh we're in a dungeon, okay, cool. All right, I've had my fun for a few hours, and then all of a sudden, just like flash out. So that's how we played my character.
Yeah,
it's like I was magically stuck in like a quantum leap.
Yeah,
to the point where I would just pop in, and it was like automatically everyone assumed that I was always there, and I was like, yeah, all right, guys, let's go. I got you back. Fight ends. I'm set. I'll help with divvying up the treasure or whatever and whatnot. And then after a few hours, it was kind of like, I'm bored now. All right, cool. I blink out. Peace.
Yeah, there's just there's such a like an importance of freedom for the characters, because I have always, like, whenever I do D&D, I have the general arc, I have the story that I want to tell, and basically when you have freedom to do whatever you want to do, I'm going to try to work that into the story overarching that I want to tell, because that means that now it's more personal to the player on the other side, because they came up for the character, and then like I responded, and it's like, you know, it works back and forth. But I'm only a human dog. I can only think of so much.
Right.
There are genuinely very like eureka ideas players can have that they'll bring up, or they'll do, where they're like, well, let me guess, it's gonna do this, and I'm like, well, originally no, but that's a really good fucking idea, so yes.
I mean, yeah, it comes in all forms of storytelling. To be fair, I think my favorite moment like that was actually on a film set.
Oh, that's fun.
I was promoted to director for one project that we did, and it wasn't planned. But they were in the middle of moving a really big light past a doorway, and we were doing the final scene, and the final scene was basically this guy that was condemned to it was a Wild West scene, so he was condemned to be hanged. He walks through the doorway, and the sheriff looks kind of sad because they became buddies overnight. And so as they're pushing the light and everything, I'm looking at the screen, and you have that one like that God ray effect coming through the doorway.
Yeah.
I was like, stop everything, you know.
This is cinematic as fuck.
I called my camera guy over, and I was like, look, and he was like, yes. And so we shot the scene that way. The professor came over, and he was like, yeah, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah,
that's like really good. All right, cool. And then I was like, drop everything where it's at, just leave it. That's exactly where it needs to be.
Yeah, and it's an experience of like,
and then we get to the editing room, you see the final product, and people are like, holy shit, that came out really good. I'm like, told you.
It was an accident. There's some amazing accidents in storytelling that
there really are.
You rich kids with your little inner circle and everything, won all the good jobs and everything. Yeah, you know what? The good idea came from one of the plebs. Ha!
Yeah. Oh man, I've also never been a fan of like hierarchy bullshit, especially when it comes to the entertainment industry. But that's part of my diagnosis.
Well, besides the rich kids in their little inner circle, I did have a guy who was directly from India with the caste system, and he was so used to living in the caste system that he applied it to his whatever job he took in college. Now we're here, we're in Florida. I had to explain to him, bro, we're not in India anymore. If you want a better job, shoot for it. Well, I mean, I'm only like this. I'm only like this kind of person, and I'm like,
oh god, if you want to
shoot for director, then put your name in for director. And
I mean, as long as you can do other ones, like you put your name in for 3 different locations, and then like whatever you get. But just not putting your name for director means you're never gonna get it. Like
you're never gonna get it. Like this is,
it's a different society. People will lie about their resumes to get a job they're not qualified for, then learn on the job to meet the requirements of the job. Like that's the world that the United States is. It's incredibly competitive. So you can be humble. Like I try to be humble when I stream.
Yeah.
But you need to you kind of need to push real fucking hard.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
You do. And I kept trying to tell him this. Like, dude, look,
Unless you're Christy and you're working like 3 jobs,
4. Well, 3 plus streaming.
then yeah, then maybe not push that hard.
I don't do it because I want to.
It's fair. You're working to pay off shit. Is that going any better?
Yeah, it's going better.
That's good.
Yeah. Got a couple smaller loans paid off, so.
What's your timeline for, I think, was it your car? Like there was a bigger one that was kind of like getting there.
My car, because I got it during COVID when the cost for used cars was ridiculous.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
I need to refinance it. My credit's gone up since then anyways.
Yeah. Ooh. Wait, how far into the payments are you?
Good question.
Yeah, you might want to be careful about doing the refinancing just because like I only know mortgage stuff. I don't know car payment stuff. So refinancing is almost
halfway through.
It's halfway through. So thank you for the follow. Depending on the way the payment system is, you might be paying principal right now. Like you might have paid off all of the interest on the vehicle and you're just paying the vehicle off. So like if you refinance, you're gonna have to repay off all of the interest on the vehicle.
No, I'm pretty sure I still am. Some of it's still going towards towards interest because of how they structure it. A lot of them these days structure it to where no matter what, you're still paying off both.
Yeah. That's why I was like, for all I know with mortgages, the way mortgages work is that you don't actually pay any principal off for like the first half of the mortgage. And then I think halfway through the mortgage, you pay half principal, half interest. And then as you get to the later years, then you're actually paying the principal off and not the interest. So you're not actually paying off the thing you bought in the first year, because if you did, it would lower your interest and you wouldn't pay them as much money. So financial advice, actual financial advice, that dog gets to say is financial advice for once. Yeah. If you get any sort of loan system, look into the order of because there's 2 separate sections. There's principal and interest. Principal is like, if I ask Christy for $100, then I get $100. That's the principal. But if I have to pay Christy back $150, there's $50 worth of interest. So the way the loan system normally works is that what they'll do is they will go every month your cost is calculated. Pretty sure it's every month.
It's monthly.
Look into it. It might be different for whatever agreement you're going to. But every month what they do is they look at the total time remaining. They look at how much on principal you owe, and they calculate interest from that.
Yeah.
So by paying any extra amount whatsoever in the beginning, you are paying direct to principal, which means that your monthly payments for the interest will go down because the calculation for the interest is based on how much principal you have remaining. So by paying extra every month, you're actually reducing, not like you're not being like, if I pay an extra $50 this month, that means I've paid an extra $50 overall into the loan. That's not how it works. How it works is you've paid $50 into the loan, and any interest that was calculated from that $50 disappears. So it's a significant amount of money. It could end up like $50 could end up at $65, $70, $80, depending on how much interest you've shaved off. Yes. So when you pay loans back, you always want to pay as much as you can without putting yourself into trouble and like savings and all that sort of stuff. You want to pay as much as you can and get the lowest monthly cost. So the actual best way to finance a house, again, barring changes in code and stuff, and look it up, but you get a 30-year mortgage. And the reason why you get a 30-year mortgage is because it's still the same amount of money. If you're getting $150,000 for a 30-year mortgage and you're getting $150,000 for a 15-year mortgage, it's still the same amount of money. The difference is the way the interest is calculated. If you pay the 30-year mortgage over the 30 years, you pay back significantly more money than you would over the 15 years. Here's the difference though. Your monthly payments are going to be less. And if your monthly payments are less, your principal payments can be higher. So what that means is that if you get $100,000 and, or let's do $1 million, I'll just make a crazy number. If you do $1 million loan and one is 15 years and you have to pay back, let's say, $2,000 a month, and then the other one is 30 years, and just for argument's sake, it's $1,000 a month. The $2,000 in the very first month of the 15-year mortgage is going to be $1,999 of interest and $1 towards principal.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the 15-year one, it will be $999 to principal, or to interest and $1 to principal. The difference is if you pay $2,000 in the first month, on the 30-year, you're paying $1,000 to principal, or $1,001 to principal, and $999 to interest.
Yeah.
So if you can consistently do that, you will actually significantly reduce the overall cost of the loan. You will pay less money than the 15-year because you've allowed a breathing room to be interest only or principal only payments. This is why companies try to push 15-year mortgages pretty hard, because they're like, it's not as long and it's not going to be on your credit as long and like all this sort of stuff. Well, they're doing it because they want all the interest up front. They don't want you paying principal, because if you pay principal, it just means that like they don't get as much money. But if you're smart about it and you finance well, you can pay off the loan significantly faster with significantly less overall into the interest. And that can work in other loans as well. But this side of information I only know because of my father. My father is, worked with finances because he owned a house, and a couple of accountants that I've talked to. So like, it's hilarious how the industry is. Literally talk to an accountant or talk to somebody in finance. First of all, they're legally obligated to tell you the right information. They don't have to bring it up, right? So if you're talking to a mortgage broker and you're asking questions, they are legally obligated to answer to the truth that they know within the company. But they don't have to bring up specific things, and they will avoid bringing up specific things for the purposes of trying to get more money out of you, right? But talking to a finance handler in any bank, any system, even if you only pay them $200 for a single session of like financial advice, right? They will sit down and go over everything. The reason why is because their business is to fuck over other businesses, because if they do it well enough, they'll get more customers. So going to an actual financial advisor when you're working on payments that are going to be more than, honestly, I would say if you're looking at 5 years or more of concurrent payments, like, you're paying every day, or not every day, you're paying every month for 5 years. It's really good to try to get financial advice, even if it's going to cost you $200, $300, $400, because they will tell you things about the thing you're looking at. And by doing so, A, could save you from a potentially very predatory practice from whatever company you might be going with, but also B, it will inherently teach you about things, because their job is also to inform you, because if they don't inform you, then, you might not come back.
What's to stop them from lying just because someone's legally obligated to do something? How would the average Joe know they're being truthful, and how would they be held accountable for false information?
Right. So financial advisors, very useful, very good tool. If you were going to be looking into anything that's going to be a substantial amount of money, because our economic system in the United States, at least the way that it's run now, is they make money off of how stupid you are.
Oh, ain't that the truth?
It is. Or how young you are. There's a reason.
Yes. Well, young and ignorant.
Yeah, there is a reason why the only loans you cannot claim bankruptcy on in the United States is student loans.
Yep.
Which...
Oh, speaking of money.
That's a rabbit hole.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into that one.
Speaking
I'd
of
advise
money, so Delta, I got an update today. I just got to go back to my VA unit.
Yes.
I just got to go back to my VA unit, and I can basically give them a limited power of attorney,
Okay.
and they can do everything without me having to come in every few months to do paperwork.
Nice.
And
Okay.
so that will be and my sister-in-law just basically went through their whole process and was able to start getting everything within the next couple of months instead of like a year. So guess what I'm doing tomorrow? Guess what I'm doing tomorrow?
You're going out again?
I'm going back in. And
But
then
I told you.
I'm going back in, and I'm gonna get that, and I'm gonna be like, "Yep." So yep, I was told this X, Y, and Z. Here you go. Here's the power of attorney. And
As long as you have my best interest in mind. So
yeah, exactly. So my sister-in-law, like their agent is really good, apparently, really good, because he was like, they're like, yeah. So we just got you on a whole bunch of different programs, by the way. They're like. They're holding what's the different programs? They're like, well, I'm not necessarily. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
You're 100% entitled to this. Yep, 100%. I'm like, oh okay. Sure,
Yeah,
go.
alibi of like, oh no, I'm not for this because nope. If I don't know, if you don't say this, then you can do it.
Yep.
And
It's like
honestly, that's what you need when you're dealing with the government.
Like you fought for this, you deserve this. Trust me, you're getting it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yep, sure, whatever.
I need to talk to this guy if I need to fucking get Social Security income because of the autism and the fucking all the issues.
I told my sister, I'm like, yo, this. Can I talk to them? Because my people are kind of like, yeah, okay, so yeah, so you're a vet, huh? All right, okay, well, we'll just get some stuff turned on for you. It's like
Okay.
they have like no interest whatsoever. This guy's straight up like, bro, my job is to make sure that you get as much as you possibly can out of this. So
Yeah, because like he's
job.
gonna get paid for it
Exactly.
in some way.
So I'm like, yep, this is I was like, yes, like if he can help me out, fucking give him,
That's actually. From what I'm
number.
aware of, that's actually what Social Security and Social Security disability income in the United States is like as well, where you contact your state and they'll assign you to a lawyer that will work on your case. And they work pro bono because they can basically, because they've worked on so many cases, they can look at what you have and your information, right? And they can go, you don't have enough, don't even bother. Or you do have enough, and I'm going to do this. And the reason why essentially the state is assigned to it, because fucking states apparently also hate the government, is because what they do is they go, we will work pro bono until we get you on the services. And then once we get you on the services, we will deduct a reasonable amount every month from the service, like from your SSI or your SSDI, to pay off the lawyer. So it's kind of a win-win situation because on the one hand, you finally got approved, which is much easier to get reapproved than the initial approvement. You get approved outright, and the lawyer gets a guaranteed monthly income. You know, it is siphoning off the top. Don't get me wrong. We kind of fucking sucks. We live in a society where we need to have a lawyer who literally leeches off your monthly income from being disabled, but that's what we live in. But the advantage is that the lawyers, they know shit. They know where shit needs to go. They know how shit is done. They know how to retort to things when they get like, oh, well, actually not, you can't because of this, right? They know how to answer all of those things. And the government hates fighting lawyers more than they hate fighting the individual.
Right.
So just by having a lawyer represent you when working in that system, you already increase your chances because no one wants to have to deal with a lawyer. They just like, they know if they retort it to some silly degree that it's not going to just go away. Because that's what happened. What happened with me on my private insurance. They kept retorting it, and they went to a quote unquote independent third party that has a high rejection rate. Right. And then they were just like, "Fuck you." Thank you for the follow.
I love the independent.
Yeah, the independent review. We've independently reviewed your financial case, and we found that you were actually not disabled enough. And like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that the doctor sitting in a cubicle who had no idea what I've been through or what I've done and has not physically looked at me has decided based on evidence that another doctor who is not good enough. Oh, I'm sorry that I don't think that's valid.
I don't think that's valid. Nope.
But I can't argue that because that's just how the laws in the United States work. I would have to get a lawyer to fight that. And I should have, because I was making like $3,000 a month off of it. But I didn't have the finances to be able to like go out and get a lawyer, because it would actually not end up being my Meniere's that would put me on disability, but it would actually end up being my autism.
Mm-hmm.
But I wasn't fighting that because that wasn't the leading reason why I was going on disability. And it was a whole fucking legal, dude. It sucks. It's one of the reasons why I haven't looked into it since everything fell apart. Ugh.
But yeah.
But I hope.
Yeah,
so
I
things
saw
have
the
moved forward with you.
I realized it was your chat. I just realized it was your chat going off, not mine. I'm like, wait, when did I get that many followers? Oh, wait, no, I don't.
Hey, you know, it's you gotta work for it. It kind of self-propels too. So
I've seen, you know, now that I've been able to kind of squeeze in a daily schedule, you know, even if I can't make it during the day, I still have, you know, late night, you know, it's just a couple hours. It's not even, but I've seen a lot.
It's just a couple hours, me.
Well, for me, it's like,
no, it's some hours is better than
that every time, because it's like I look at I'm like, bro, you know, that I could have easily stretched to 6-7 hours, but I gotta sleep.
Dude, it's work. So important to limit yourself. Oh my god. You gotta know when to cut it off. It's just that's one of the things that like it really affects streamers, at least in the first year, because that's like it's new and it's fun and it's like whatever. Is that like if you've been in my chat, you've probably heard me say it. When I go and start a stream and I say I'm gonna go for 4 hours today, and I'm like telling people in my chat to yell at me if I go over 4 hours, is because it's really easy for me to go over 4 hours. The problem is that like I don't feel the effects until after stream. So I'm like, I could go to 6 hours. I'm at 4 hours. I could go to 6 hours. And then like you get off at 6 hours. And you're like, oh god, I shouldn't have done that. Because I didn't get any, I'm not going to get any rest.
Well, I mean, remember when I was doing like 10-12 hour streams on the regular?
Yeah, that's not good.
And I was like, I mean, but then again, I felt fine. I felt fine doing it. I felt fine doing the 24 hour. Even this last one where I went 16 and then got sick, you know, I came back and did the last 8 hours. Came back and did the last 8 hours the next day. But it was just one of those things where it's like, you know, I've always, I guess I've always been one of those people that can do like long haul stuff, you know, like long run stuff and whatnot. Like 10-12 hours did not bother me at all. In fact, I felt weird if I did shorter.
Yeah, then, 4 hour streams kind of fucked me. Like I did 8 hours every day last month, and I did 12 hours on my birthday. And the first 4 hour stream that I did this month, I was like lost.
Right. Like I didn't feel like I did enough, you know.
But when I got offline, like when I got offline and I laid in bed, I was like, oh thank God.
Yeah.
Oh thank God.
It's one of the reasons why ever since I started, I've made it a point to limit myself and always take a couple of days off every week.
Because we just won't, like, during the actual activity. Because, like, to a degree, streaming can be fun. Streaming can be very much so not fun, depending on your headspace. And, like, you really feel like you're... Every streamer has had those streams where it's just like, oh, God, like, it's really only been an hour.
Why the fuck am I even doing this? You know, it's like...
Or you're just sludging through content. Like...
Yeah, when you like you're sitting there, you don't know what game you want to play. You're like, do I even want to do this? You know,
It's like I do
At the
want to
same-
stream and I do want to have fun, but like I'm just not finding the thing that will capture my attention or the thing that I think is going to be interesting for people to watch. And you're just like you're running circles in your mind. The hamster wheel is fucking going a million miles an hour, and you still haven't latched on to a thing like to a stream thing.
Yeah.
And you look down at the OBS timer, and it's like 1 hour and 8 minutes. And you're
8 minutes, and you're like, fuck. Like, dadgummit, I just want to go. No,
Yeah.
unfortunately for me, I actually had to do like I cut one at like an hour because I took sleep meds the night before, and even though I cut the pill in half, it was still too much
hit you
for me.
hard. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So
it will.
I got on the stream and I put on a game and immediately started feeling like, yep, I'm gonna throw up if I keep doing this. All right, guys,
I've
I'm
had
gonna.
days. I've had days where I've had to cancel early because I was just too tired. Because with my schedule, I
Yeah.
don't get a lot of extra rest time.
No, you really don't.
So-
Your schedule's very. I mean, it's got to be comforting to a degree. The
Nope.
consistency.
Nope.
Like, really?
It's just overwhelming at times.
For me, yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. At least, like, is it consistent though? Do you know, like, I do this on this day and I do that on this day and I do this
It
on
is
this day?
consistent, and I do like that aspect of it. But just the
There's no
pace
breathing
of
room.
Operations, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I want to do something, and it's like, well, I've got 3 hours on this day. I've got 1 hour on this day. I've got 2 hours on this day.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Um,
I've used stream as my breathing room. As both of you know, I have my like chat plays Pokemon on Saturdays. I did not realize how beneficial that was going to be for me until like the second or third week where I was like, I'm not actually doing anything. Like I'm still on stream. Don't get me wrong. Being on stream is still being on stage. Like, it's still
Yeah, it
work.
is.
There's still communication stuff, but just being able to like and not be on.
It's like probably my most relaxing stream recently was the one I did Thursday. Thursday's late dangerous for me every week. And this last week I was going to a system that's a long ways away from like where most of inhabited space is.
Mhm.
So it was like if the servers had been cooperating, it would have been like 2 hours or something of just constant jumping system to system to get there. But the servers were being slow and difficult. So like loading into the different systems would be really slow. But basically it turned into like a just chatting stream, and like we basically just a road trip, and we just hung out, and one of my friends hopped in chat with me, and it was just a good time. Like there wasn't much going on. Because like jumping from system to system is super easy.
Yeah.
It takes almost no attention whatsoever.
Yep, same here. I think my best streams so far and lately, the last few weeks, have been playing Sea of Thieves.
Yeah.
Like literally, like I mean, I have Lucia that hops in. I have a few other people that hop in. A new friend of mine named Donut, he hops in. He's gonna be playing with me on tomorrow. He's gonna be playing with me tomorrow. But the thing is like we hop in, we just hit the seas and we go. And I mean, yeah, we'll have like a voyage up, like an actual voyage mission to do. But at the same time, it's like, oh, I see sails. I see sails over there.
Yeah.
Let's go get them, It's like,
There's definitely a point that I would like to reach in my VTubing career, which is so weird to call it that.
Yeah.
But the point is you don't even really stream. You end up having like getting into a game with
It's
friends.
almost time for dogs
And,
early
like,
payment using your
People are
eyeballs.
entertained just in the pure fact of like you hanging out and playing with friends. And it's definitely a point I want to get into because like there's ups and downs. Like I've always told everyone, at some point if I continue to grow, You know, at some point, chat might become unmanageable.
Yes.
Like no matter what I try to do, I just won't be able to engage with everyone in chat. No, of course I'll feel bad.
Yeah.
But the advantage to that is that you almost disconnect from streaming, and you focus on who you're going to surround yourself with, or what you're going to do, or something like that. And then the entertainment doesn't come from you and chat interacting, but rather it's you and whoever's on stream with you interacting.
Yeah.
And the thought of like, I just get to play multiplayer games now with my buddies and laugh and be dumb and have a good time, and chat can do whatever the fuck they want. Like, it is easier.
So
on the
Bingo,
mental.
you have no idea how true that statement is. You have no idea how true that statement is.
I feel it.
I love my
I
audience.
feel it every time I'm in a VC with other people. I'm still gonna chat.
Still gonna
like-
chat, yeah.
Streamer, engage with me. Yeah, oh, don't trust me. There will be people who are like that. There will be people who are like that.
I think we all have a couple. I have a couple and everything and whatnot, and but yeah, they're mostly good in chat. I've had to warn them a few times. It's like, yo, hi, image. Yeah, basically, pay attention to me now. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, syntax. Hey. Like, bro, you just type it in the chat. Just
Yeah,
type it in the chat.
I've had-
It's like, bro, like, type it in the chat. Don't guess what? Because I know what the answer is. Either it's going to be chicken butt or it's going to be you do a redeem. One of the two. But not sit there and go, hi, hey, syntax. Yes.
I had a chatter when I was doing unpacking and when I was doing the for Dark Souls Tunic. I had a chatter who just like never really engaged with anyone else in chat and was just always asking me questions, and was just like, this, or have you tried this, or do you like this? And I was like, I don't warn people, as pretty much everyone here knows. I don't warn people because I don't like. I do warn some people, but the people I warn are normally the people I view as like overarchingly good people who've slipped and like did something wrong.
Yeah.
Right? That's fine.
You've warned me about a thing or two, maybe. I don't know. I can't remember, but I believe you warned me about something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But when it's somebody who hasn't been in chat for more than 2 weeks, like a week at most, the behavior is like you're just gone. Because on one hand, I don't want to deal with that. On the other hand, I don't want you to have to sit in chat and feel like you constantly have to filter yourself, because it's just not good for either side. This individual was just very pick me, very talk to me, answer my questions, do this, do that.
Yeah.
Chat, if you're listening and you're here, I don't have a problem with you right now. I don't have anyone on my mind, because there are specific, like I had New Day, or not New Day. New Day's good. Respawn 07. I had Respawn on mind when I was doing the SUB-A-THON. I had a couple of other people. Like every streamer knows those chatters that are like walking a very fine line between being in chat and being good, and being in chat and pushing the line that they know they shouldn't push, that you keep either having to correct them and telling them to stop, or they naturally fall back. Those are always the hardest ones to get rid of, because those are the ones where like, you're not a bad person, but man, you keep fucking pushing that line. Like, you keep riding that line.
It's rough. Like when I had to ban the one person who had been here since the very beginning, who has basically seen every iteration of my model.
Yeah.
And it stung. It stung so hard to hit that ban button on them. But it had to happen.
Once they're gone, it's like it feels better. Like there's the environment in general. You're not thinking about them anymore. They're not going to show up in chat anymore. You don't have to worry about them making you uncomfortable or doing weird shit or like whatever. Like there's a very clear indication of for a lot of streamers, you know, it's sometimes it's a learn line. Like sometimes, you know, if you're not very familiar with streaming, you haven't done it very long, or you're just starting out, that like chatter interaction is something you have to learn. Is something that you have to learn. Like there are going to be boundary pushers either on purpose or by accident, and even the by accident people sometimes need to get the hammer, and that sucks because it's just the nature of the beast. But also, if you're thinking about it every time you go live, it's a problem. And you start realizing that somebody is on your mind before you hit the go live button. You're like, man, fuck, is that dude gonna show up again today? Maybe not that severe, but you hit the go live button and the first thing that goes to your mind is that guy gonna pop in. And that's that marker for me of like, I might need to get rid of this person. Because it takes a bit to do that. Like, I don't have anyone right now that's doing that, but it takes a couple of times of them being in chat for me to be like, you're kind of just, for me, for me, honestly, and it might be this way for you too. It's just children.
Right.
Like it's just the way some under 18, under 17, whatever, people act, that you can just feel the immaturity either through the engagement with other people in chat, the engagement with you, the streamer, and you could just like, you could just feel it, and you're like, this doesn't feel good to have you here.
Can I address SUB-A-THON here in the chat real fast?
Oh yeah, go for it.
In chat. Yeah, so you talking about like I want to get into streaming. I want to get into streaming, and all the things y'all are talking about are some of the fears I've had about even starting, despite me having issues figuring out the programs. Okay, so bingo. Look, don't take it as a way to detract you from streaming. There are so many positives of streaming.
Oh, absolutely. Also, I'm at 69 hours. I'm at 69 hours on the timer.
Nice. The
sorry, I had to.
It's all good. No. Look, you know what kind of streamer I am. So
yeah, that's fair.
You know that's.
Anyway, go ahead.
Anyways, but no, don't let it detract you from streaming. There are so many positives of streaming, so many joys of streaming. So the people you meet, you're gonna meet some great people. You're gonna meet some terrible people. But it all comes down to who you choose to surround yourself with. Could you repeat what you were saying in a moment once my net clears up? Okay, yeah, sure. Let me know when you're good.
Oh, dude, as an autistic person, that's so hard to do. For me,
I'm okay with it. I'm okay.
For me, like once I'm on my train of thought and somebody's like, "Shit, I can't hear you," I'm just like, the train crashes into the fucking station. Yeah, and then I was like, "Oh god, I gotta start this all over again."
As long as it doesn't take too long. Like if it's like 2 minutes later, then it's like, what were we talking about?
What? It's starting from zero again. Okay, here we go.
It's refreshing. Okay. All right. So what I was saying was, don't let it detract from if you want to stream, and even like VTube or whatnot, because there was a lot of detractors that possibly could have kept me from streaming, even after I started streaming. So don't let what we're talking about detract you, because it's not about. I mean, you're going to meet a lot of people. You meet a lot of good people, a lot of bad people, and everything. It's who you choose to surround yourself with, and you have to basically come down, find that point where it's like, okay, I like these people. These people are, this group really vibe with me. Like me and Delta, I think we bonded over the thing. The first thing that actually we bonded over was a Stitch meme that I put in his chat. Because like he did a call out for a collab, I put a Stitch meme.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, I love Stitch, and I was like, me too. And then we started talking, and we became. I like to think we became friends ever since. But
yeah, I trust him.
And I bonded over the fact that we're dogs.
They were dogs. See, there you go.
Us.
But exclamation point, sexy wolf.
Oh god. No.
But the thing is like, the thing is like you learn, like my new.
God damn it, Christy! I thought that was Mobius.
Love you, Christy.
God damn it!
It literally comes down to who you surround yourself with. Like I've outside of Christy and Dog, I actually found a new group of people who have actually helped me, embrace like me as a person, right? Like me as a person, and I've been loving life for the past month and a half. It's been great. You know,
Mhm.
all of this, trying to be reserved and locking certain parts of me away just made me miserable. Even when streaming, I was miserable. But now the last month and a half have been absolutely fantastic. But it's like it all comes down to who you want to associate with.
Yeah.
You gotta watch out for the leeches. You gotta watch out for people who are just there to try and grow their own numbers. I mean, any collab, as much as I would love to call Christy and Delta my friends and everything, any collab, anytime we're doing something like this, is technically a business transaction, kind of. If you look at it,
It kind of is, yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily true because, like, for
It's a
instance,
business opportunity.
It's a business opportunity. Yes,
Okay,
it's not a
there you go.
transaction necessarily.
Okay, so yep, better choice of words there. Thank you. It's a business opportunity because technically I'm going to be sharing my chat with your chat and your chat with me and everything. We all have potential to grow. Now, if I was a complete asshat and Delta didn't know me, and I'd be like, I'm just going to tank your stream. I mean, sure, he can cut me off, but then again, that mark is made. So it really does come down to who you want to surround yourself around. And I try to make friends with everyone first and foremost. I am that way too. I put a lot of trust into people and get hurt a lot. But the thing is, I am a lot older.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't want to say a lot older. I'm old. Yeah, I'm older. I'm old. I'm ancient. What are you talking about? I belong in a museum.
In the internet sphere.
In the internet sphere, yeah, I belong in a museum. But the thing is when it comes down to it, it's just you have to take the hurt with the pain with the fun.
The best thing you can do.
I'm actually still older than you, so big.
Yeah, there you go. The best thing you can do is understand the circumstances understand the circumstances you're going to find yourself in before you find yourself in them. Because there's a lot of people who will go into VTubing or go into streaming in general blind without any research. God, this is going to be so funny. Okay. Every person will be like, how do I start streaming? What microphone do I get? How to make Twitter account and talk people on internet, right? The very, very easy sort of low level introductory stuff. What people don't realize they also need to research is guys and girls and non-binary pals.
Yeah.
Streaming is a social job.
Ooh.
By nature.
If I had $1 for every time I said something stupid while streaming,
by the very nature of streaming, it is social. You in chat, you and other streamers, you in the background off of stream talking to people. If you are not engaged in some sort of level of social activity, you are not providing content as a streamer. Now, there is something to be said about teaching streams or other stuff, but 99% of the circumstances, it is going to be social. What you actually need to look into is how do you handle social events? And not social events as in hi Angel. Not social events and social activities, but we're talking people to people things. We're talking if someone engages with me in this way, if somebody is behaving like this, a big burden of streaming isn't always being in the activity and streaming to people. It's sometimes having to deal with stuff behind closed doors.
Oh yeah.
If you take it that seriously. Because Christy and I have talked behind closed doors. Sin and I have talked behind closed doors. We've talked in, DMs away from any public eyes about things. So getting yourself familiar with the way that streaming is on one front, which is interacting with chat, but you also should look into how you need to familiarize and understand specific scenarios that are going to happen on the other end. Just knowing about them, just knowing that they can happen or that they exist will make dealing with them significantly easier.
Yes, it really does.
It's a lot of balls. Yes, thank you. Hey, Kimley. There's watermelon in the corner. Is everyone saying hi now?
Oh, God, wait, who called me? Wait, who mentioned watermelon?
Kimley likes tea. I think that's tea in your chat.
Kimmy's in your chat.
Yeah, Kimley was talking about watermelon in the corner.
Watermelon in the corner. I'm gonna pull up your stream. Am I in the corner?
You are in the corner. You're in the corner with Christy. You guys are on Fuji.
Damn it!
Yeah.
But yeah, honestly, first and
Tell me
foremost,
about watermelon. I meant chocolate. Damn it! I am not a watermelon.
Watermelon. What?
Watermelon.
Actually, though, don't watermelons have black spots on the outside?
They have stripes.
Yeah. So like, you know, if you take the background profile picture away, then it's fine. But I think it's the biflag or whatever you have behind you.
It's the VTS background. It's just the VTS transmission background. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, it's pink, and watermelon is pink, and green and black. So
I know. But the watermelon joke started with my emotes because my emotes are really tiny. They're for some reason really tiny compared to other emotes. So the most you see of it is my hair. The most you see is my hair, and it's got the black and white stripes. So the first thing anyone said about it was like, you look like a watermelon. and that just kind of just rolled downhill.
Oh god, there's so many specific like chatters will make their own very specific things for you. Like for instance, Lucia does nice VTuber skin. Mobius does sexy woof. Like when a chatter is around long enough, they will ingrain some sort of like community meme into themselves.
Oh, I love I love it, and I love it. I just when I'm playing my character here, it's like kind of watermelon.
Yeah. No. Totally.
You want to do
it's just funny.
It's like you want to kind of do like an Iron Mouse / Camilla scream.
Memes of the DNA of the soul.
They are. Agreed, Chips.
But yeah, when it comes to streaming, just stream.
Just stream, yeah. Just absolutely do it.
Just stream.
I mean, so Bigo, just to come back to it. I'm going to tell you how I started my first day. Right now, for this is my first day of streaming. Right, because I got introduced to streaming. Oh, no, to VTubing. I found some Camilla shorts, and one in particular had me rolling. On top of that, it was something that I had actually asked about years before VTubing even became a thing, because I had gotten into a plant that basically melted the skin, and I didn't want to stream anymore looking like Harvey Two-Face. So, and of course, Reddit at the time was like, yeah, we never heard of that before. Fast forward a few years, VTubing is now a big thing. So I was immediately hooked. So I have set up for like 2-3 weeks, maybe a month or two, well ahead of time. I had a model, I had OBS, I had everything set up and ready to go. Even then, back then I was using Vroid.
I remember Vroid.
And for at least a solid 2 weeks, I would sit down, get Vroid up, get everything going, phone connected, OBS is up. I would look at the start streaming button and just stare at it for like 2 weeks. Just stare at it.
Oh man, and the hardest thing is, dude, the hardest thing is not having anyone.
Oh yeah.
Like that's
not knowing what you're getting into, not knowing how to even grow, not having
the zero viewers thing hurts.
It does, but at the same time, you it's something. Well, not because this was not my first time streaming, but
right. But we're talking about somebody who might be
brands making the zero viewer thing. It does kind of stink. That's why it is good to kind of like
we said, it's a social space.
Social space. So get into Discords. Chit chat and everything, and chit chat, get to know people, and then once and people when people get to know you, you can say, hey, look, I'm gonna try and stream. If you got if you don't want to try this. I talk to stuff all the time. Yeah. So
Autistic babble.
There you go.
underestimate
Yeah, exactly.
the amount of people who are streamers who are autistic.
That
is how we keep talking.
Autism is strong in the VTuber sphere.
Yes,
It is.
It is incredibly strong.
So
And here in the wild,
So-
we see a
so
captive dog listening to the demands of a rare mint chocolate water.
my first day streaming, I had pulled that again. I was like, I stared at it, and was like, you know what? I'll do it tomorrow. And I looked on the Twitch, and Camilla was actually live, and I was like, holy crap, here's Camilla! So I jumped into Camilla's stream, and Camilla was literally in the middle of a rant talking about the difference between VTubers and VTweeters.
Yes.
VTubers being people who actually stream, and VTweeters are the ones who are like, I'm going to debut. They've been debuting for like the past
Like a year.
2.5 years.
Yeah.
Pre-debut, and all they
Yeah.
do is post like sexy pictures on the fucking. They have thousands of followers. All they do is post sexy pictures on Twitter, talking about I'm pre-debut. No, it's like, So I log into her rant just in time to scream, and scream, and I'm like, all right, okay, fair enough. All right,
to be
cool.
fair,
and I logged off of her stream immediately and hit the start streaming button, and that's how.
To be fair, there are for me there are two classes of VTweeters. There are VTweeters who are specifically, as in like, I am an anime character and this is my Twitter and I do the things and yada yada and I don't stream to Twitch. Like there are people who are like designated, like Twitter is their entertainment medium. Our entertainment medium is Twitch.
But that's fine.
What Sin is specifically talking about is there are people who use they play on people's emotions to say one day you'll be able to see me live, and they try to get people to follow them through the promise of one day being on a debut and farming hype, not for the sake of growing their follower count, but farming hype, or they're farming hype not for the sake of having a big blowout event, but they're farming hype for the sake of just having a bigger account.
Yep.
And we don't like those people.
Yeah, those people are the ones that annoy the shit out of me. It's like, bro, I've seen you post, and here's the worst part. And I don't mind. Like, I started with a bot model. I started with a bot model.
My current model was like $50 or $60, like the one I'm using right now. I bought from Japan.
I happened to be on the same store, and I saw it. And I was like,
I know who that is.
I'm just gonna move on.
Oh, dude, the immersion break when you find somebody's model on the internet for like for years, it's just like
it hurts. It hurts so bad because you're looking at them like, some people, you're like, oh, that's a really good model. That's a good model. And then
other people see it and go, oh my god, that's dog.
Yeah, one day I wish I could do that. And then all of a sudden they know I'm streaming. And like, it's not just you. It's like about at least eight different streamers that I know of.
Really?
I turn around and like I was going through a store and whatnot, and I'm like,
oh, I had that happen to another streamer as well. I was like, oh, that's a really cute model, and then I saw like the person who made it on Twitter, and they were like, I did the rig for this model, and I was like, oh, they did the rig for. Wait, what do you mean that's publicly available? No, it's not.
There's a customizable model I found on Etsy. Should I get it or try to find something else?
Don't do
Etsy.
Don't do Etsy. Not unless they have some sort of link to like a publicly facing Twitter account and they're like posting every day and they've been around for a couple of years, like then it's okay. Etsy is filled with resellers and AI generated crap.
Yeah. And on top of that, make sure that when if they do have an active Twitter account, make sure that they're not just reposting.
Yeah, you kind of want to do Google reverse image searches and try to find the actual original work.
Because that was the first scam that got me. Was
Fillion didn't steal. Fillion bought. Fillion did steal it.
She ripped the model, and then I think she got. Then she paid.
Yeah, she got. Model. Yeah,
then she paid for the model, and then but I know she did originally rip it, and then she, and then that whole kerfuffle.
Yeah, that was not a good light for her.
No, it was not.
I understand, like, oh, I've been using this thing for so long, and I'm growing as a whatever, and you honestly, legitimately, like, you just kind of space it. Like you don't really think about the fact that you hadn't paid for it yet. Now I do know that she was talking about not paying for it on stream at some point, which was not good.
It's not good. Like,
but
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Fillion sometimes. I like her clips. I don't watch her live. I like her clips. But,
yeah, that's fair.
But as far as getting a customizable model, as far as like, there are reputable sites. You have
VGen is the first one that comes to mind.
VGen is the first one that comes to mind because they scream legitimacy. If you get a VGen account, that screams legitimacy. But even stuff like Booth, Booth PM is a really good start. You can find free models to get your start with. You can find free models that you can get started with, and there are really good models. I mean, I'm not so sure about the rigs because I haven't tested them out.
There's Nazumi. There's a God, and never mind. I'm not going to do that rabbit hole. There's a Japanese website, but you need like a MasterCard. Like they won't take specific credit cards because they're not technically legally supposed to be selling to people who are overseas because of like Japan laws. I think it's like a Live 2D, like Live 2D owns the site, as in it's a site for Live 2D projects.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
because I was testing out their Live 2D VTubing software.
hang
on.
Yeah, so Live 2D Cubism, like they own a particular website in Japan where people who make projects using Live 2D will upload the projects and resell it. There are even projects that are one of one, like where artists will actually just upload original work, make it one of one, so it can only be sold to one person. Like you can make it your own original character. But there's also a bunch of other options that are there. But
Nazima Live.
Nazima, that's what it was. Yep.
I mean, and don't be wrong. Their software was interesting. It's just that I couldn't get my physics to work on there because some of the lighting effects that they had on there were really cool.
But their website, they have Live 2D supported models.
Yeah.
So like you can get them for there. But again, it's in Japan. You kind of have to go through a bit of a weird interface. You have to sign up. The email comes through in Japanese. Like it's the barrier to entry is kind of annoyingly high. VGen's good.
But,
Booth is good.
Booth is good. Like I said,
just look on Twitter. Like actually, like the way I would do it personally is do a Google search of Twitter customizable VTuber and try to find posts on Twitter from artists about the fact that they're released. Because any self-respecting model creator who's releasing customized models, you bet your ass they are blasting that shit all over Twitter.
Oh yeah.
So just by doing a Google search, Twitter customizable VTuber model, you'll get at least like 5 hits from people who have released customizable models through Twitter who are active and like doing a bunch of stuff. And that's pretty good. Just honestly, don't do Etsy.
Yeah.
I got tricked once through Etsy for my Halloween stream. I found out that one of the things that I had, because I looked closer at it, I found out one of the things that I had was AI. I didn't pay a lot of money. I paid like less than $10. But I'm still pissed that it paid for somebody typing into a prompt. Like,
right.
But it happens.
It does. Like the scam that I got caught up on. I was trying to get an overlay and everything, all that good stuff and whatnot. And when they delivered the product, again, I paid $180 for this. $180, almost $200 for this overlay package. I get it, and I finally open it up, and I'm like, I've seen this before.
Mm-hmm.
And I went back through my backlog of old overlays that I've used before, and I found the exact same overlay that I paid $4 for from the original artist, and it was just recolored.
Yeah,
it was just recolored, and I was like, "Oh no!" I mean, I got half my money back from PayPal, but I didn't get the full amount. So there are those type of people around and everything, but
like the one on Etsy. Reverse image search it. Try to reverse image search it and see if it pops up on someone else's account or somewhere else.
Google Chrome is amazing for that.
Yep. Do the reverse image search. See if you can find it somewhere else. Because for all you know, that model is free.
Yeah, it could be.
Because there are people who just, I made a customizable model and I'm using this to garner attention from the community. Hey, look at me. Here's a free thing. And you might be paying money for something that someone just took and is re-uploaded on Etsy and is trying to sell.
Well, so Bigo, okay, yeah, I'm kind of like on a love-hate relationship with Opera GX. So Bigo,
send the Etsy link. I don't normally do this for people, but just send the Etsy link and I can do a quick look.
I was about to say, yeah, I'm gonna take a look at it.
Yeah, I can take a peek at it.
Because yeah, I there was another site that they you have links turned on.
I do have links turned on.
How about that? They have a video.
The first thing that pops up is Chosen Studio Art. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a Google search for this. They have 90 followers on TikTok. I am not seeing any internet footprint for this name handle.
I'm also looking at their store, and I'm gonna say there's some inconsistencies.
Oh no, that's 100% AI. Look at their banner. Look at the hand on the artist. Look at the banner. Yeah.
Dear God.
Yeah. No, this is AI.
AI. Yeah.
So no artist is going to use AI. Period.
The dude has has like 2 index fingers.
Yeah, he has 2 index fingers. He doesn't have a pinky.
Or what would be his pinky is like looped back into his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that immediately tells me that these models are probably either AI generated or ripped.
I'm looking at the store too, and the models don't match up. Like
yeah, I know the art consistency between them.
Yeah, because he's got one for $10, which looks really good, mind you. But when you look at his $20 models, it's not the same.
It's a completely different art style.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Thank you for help. You're welcome.
No, absolutely. I mean, there are plenty of artists.
This is exactly why we said not to trust Etsy.
Yeah.
This is exactly why we said what we said, because all we did was we went to their site, we looked at their banner, and immediately found out they were using AI art. It's just the nature of Etsy, unfortunately. And it can be a bit hard to do reverse image searches because they'll like put a bunch of extra stuff on the images so you can't do a reverse image search. Because sometimes it fucks with the thing here. Ow. Yeah. I would not trust this. Personally, I would not trust this. I will send. Sid, do you remember the name of the thing that we're talking about? It was like Nazimi?
Nizima, Nizima live.
Yes, thank you. Nazima.com. Instagram. Wait, is this my model? Did I accidentally save the link to my model? No, it's not. Okay. That would have been funny. JP, I think it was this one. Let me translate to English, please. English, please. If I type in mail, will it work? Or do I need to type in like on the go?
Talked about the stretch. Oh my goodness. Okay, stretch.
What if an artist I find has both a VGen listing and an Etsy? Because I found one on Twitter just now, and they have on both sites. Then it's probably fine.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, if they have a VGen, you like, I'm pretty sure you have to go through an approval process.
With VGen, with VGen, it's not so much an approval process. It's more of a social. It's a social kind of way of voting you in. So they so say for example, like when they do their open Monday applications, right? Basically, I would post my portfolio, and people on Twitter would have to like it enough for them to say, okay, people are approving this person to come into the site. Then I get a code. It's a way of basically it's basically a way of pointing out like, okay, so this is an actual human being who's doing actual work.
Right, yes.
Because they're doing actual work to do the model, so we will allow them into the store. That's allow them to have a storefront because the general consensus based on their Twitter posts, and they have different ways of doing it. You can put it on their Discord. You can put you can tag them on it. But people have to see it and like it, and whatnot. And the more likes you get, the more codes you get. All right, take care, F1. The more likes you get, the more codes you get, and everything.
Okay.
And then you can, and so if you see somebody who's an artist who doesn't have a VGen, and you're like, hey, I like your art. You did great work for me, or whatnot, and everything. Here's a VGen code. But that's why VGen like screams legitimacy, because you're basically vetted by other artists, other people in the art community to get in.
Yes. Yeah, that makes sense. So the live 2D product equals sale. Let me expand this. There's search. Okay. So I'm gonna send a link in chat.
Ani Lemeth does not sound familiar, but I am looking at his stuff and okay.
So there's a link in chat. This is a great website. It's gonna be a little difficult to navigate. You kind of have to search in Japanese. Like you're gonna have to finagle it, but this website is kind of in the, like when you're in something and you're really in something and you kind of know those locations to go to because other people who are in the thing told you about it. This is one of those websites, right? Etsy is super well known all over the place, and every AI reseller and their grandmother knows about Etsy. But if I ask you, hey, do you know what Nizimo is? People are gonna be like, did you just sneeze? Like, so no one is looking to, sell stuff that there's going to be AI stuff here. Hi, Grimmy. Oh my goodness. Hi. How are you, Grimmy?
So the biggest thing, Sobigo, is if you do find a model, especially like one that's free, you got to make sure, like, especially if it's in Japanese, copy and paste it and have it Google translated so that you can know, at the very least, if you're allowed to stream with it or not.
Yeah.
There are some that are just there for rigging practice, and there are some that'll say, hey, look, you can stream it, but you can't make money off of it. And then there's some that's just like, hey, have at it. Just don't change the art and give me credit.
Mine was full commercial rights. I paid extra.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got all of the files, because normally it was just like, okay, you don't get the files. Here's just like the mocap file or the CCAP file or whatever the fuck it's called. And then there was like, for an extra $20 or something like that, it was like you can have all the files and you can edit it as much as you want, which is the reason why someone else in the space is using it, because it is what it is.
It's so funny. No. It was that. Did you see the picture I sent you when I had you both on my freaking back to back on my online who's live list?
Yes, I did.
I did.
I did. That was so funny.
I got both of them back to back, which is funny. No, I mean, don't be wrong. Like two different type of VTubers, two different type of content, two different types of everything. Have you checked them out?
Nope.
Okay, no, all right, fair enough.
I just
Yeah,
like
content.
I can't.
You know he exists.
Yeah, I know he exists.
And that's fine. Especially when that one guy came in there, it was like, you're copying my VTuber. We were like,
oh god, yeah. I just
someone
like
actually did that.
like it looked completely different. There's no way those two look the same.
Yeah, we use
But
the
no,
same model, but we have different colors. We like I use the base items that he had. He's edited items out, edited items in. Like he's customized the model to be more his. But fact of the matter is the art is literally the exact same, barring whatever the stuff he added was.
And that's that's really the only real downside of starting with a bought model. Like again,
Dog, how long will
I
you
started
be
with
live
Vroid,
for?
so I
want to
bought
bathe.
assets. I bought assets to add on to the 3D model and whatnot. And there have been times where I've gone into another streamer who had said assets, and I'm like, those are mine. But no, not
god,
really.
yeah.
Not really. Not really, because you just got from the same spot.
Yeah.
That and perfectly all right, as long as you're not sitting there trying to completely just like rip off the other person's model. You're fine.
And yeah, I don't mind sharing a model with Six. I don't care. He's put work into his stream. He's put effort into the stuff that he does. He wouldn't be at this point if he didn't.
No.
It's there's so much. There is so much fake bullshit that gets generated in the VTuber sphere because it gets clicks. It is unbelievable. I'm gonna head out. Just came to pop in and bye, Grimmy.
I think the Predator thing is freaking starting to run its course. Like every 2 seconds, every 2 seconds, someone else is a Predator, and literally all these they was coming into the chat and was like, "Hi, I think your model's cute. Who's your artist?" It's like this is a nothing burger. Why is this on my Twitter feed?
Yeah.
Why is this on my Twitter feed?
Yeah. I agree, me.
I just went all in for a custom model from the beginning, which is expensive. I don't recommend doing that.
But it's definitely like, it's definitely nice to be like, I'm my own person. No one else is quite like me. I you know what I mean? Like this is my avatar. This is my OC. I will stab. Like, it's pretty cool. Wait, was there drama about you and Six? My brain EMP'd. No, there's not. No. That's the thing is like,
there's no drama. It's like someone came in and tried to start it, and I think everybody and their mother shut it down, myself included.
What I was saying was that Six and I share a model, and I'm totally cool with that because I'm not the type of person who's going to stir something up about it. And I hope he or they or whatever are also not the type of person who is going to be like, go attack this dude, he's using my model base and like yada yada, right? It just like there's no reason to.
And then on top of that, it's so easy to shut it down too. It's like, wait, okay, it's like, do you really want to come out that say you have a recolored model from both? Please tell me.
Yeah,
do you really want to step on this? Do you want me to trip over this basket of eggs? Do you really want to do this?
Because to a degree, having a non-custom model kind of disenchants the experience, like people
not really.
Well, no, I mean not for the streamer, but for the viewers. The viewers who are like, this model only belongs to this one person, and this is them, and like the people who kind of like really sink in with the whole VTuber, like there's no person behind the monitor. It's just this anime figure that actually like exists. Like there's people are like that. And some people, when they find out that another existence, you know, another being exists that uses the exact same thing, it takes away from the uniqueness of the original person they're watching. I mean, fuck, we have people who can't even make models who even look like other models. Not literally the same models that are just changed slightly, but if you even so much shapely look like another model, you get blasted on Twitter for it.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what VTubing is, and that's one of the reasons why, man, it really sucks, because everyone in this call here knows the cheat way to grow. The like, well, if I just did this, I would get all of the attention.
Oh yeah, if I just put boobs in my model, oh my goodness, dude, my
Or if I
will
just
run.
made a fake call out post, or if I just did that, like they're like legitimately, we're not doing this.
God.
Sin and I could legitimately just start beef with each other on Twitter.
Mhm.
Do you know how fast random DMs that get leaked on Twitter just fucking skyrocket? It's insane.
We would both get numbers like overnight.
Oh, absolutely. But the problem is we would also do permanently detrimental damage to our public relation.
Exactly.
Or each other.
or each other and to ourselves.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, that's the industry we're in.
I mean, there have been times I would go, hey, Delta. Okay, look. Here's what we do. Like, I'll call you racist. You call me a homophobe. And then we just build up an army of followers of white knights.
See, the funny thing is like the racist thing is at least believable because you're black, but the homophobe thing doesn't work because like.
I know, but you know, just imagine this happens, and then we get an army of followers, and we laugh in the background.
And it's funny
as our numbers skyrocket.
Thank you, Nero. It's funny that Sin says this because it may seem silly, guys. People legitimately actually do this.
It does happen.
Yeah, they do.
Mm-hmm.
There was, I don't know if you two have seen it, but did you guys ever see? It was it must have been like 3 months ago. There was a screenshot of a Discord conversation of like wanting to see the other person like IRL, like an IRL image, because they had like anime profile pictures or whatever, and they were like in a relationship and all this other stuff, and they were like, well, do you need to see me IRL? Like, do we have to do that? And like, it was a fake relationship thing, and it blew up. It got like 5 million impressions, and people were divided, and people were retweeting it. And I'm like, if you actually love her, you wouldn't request what she looked like. Like a whole bunch of shit, right? And then someone who knew them was having a conversation with them, and they were talking about, I was like, yeah, that made up bullshit post got me like $5,000.
Yeah.
And then they screenshotted that and put it on Twitter and basically went, yo, in case you guys haven't figured this out yet, people get paid from Twitter Blue for your impressions and are just making up shit so you interact with it. And everyone was like losing their fucking mind. But of course, that didn't really take off. It got like, I think it got like less than 1 million. It still got more than like 500,000, but less than 1 million. And it's just like, there's nothing believable. You don't know what's real and what's not. And it sucks because it just means that people who are, this is the whole reason why, you know, the reason why bad guys win is because good guys are nice enough to let them go in front of them. That's why bad guys win. That's why. Go ahead.
Well, kind of like the whole gunfight situation, right? I probably wouldn't have been too involved with the gunfight situation. And if it wasn't for the fact that right before that happened, right before that happened, it was when I was testing Dr. Bear gunpie. I can do a brief 30,000 foot overview. One of the greatest things, the greatest honors being a VTuber and being in this sphere is if a fan does art or a fan makes like a plushie out of you, right?
Yes.
You're not necessarily going to be trying to sell plushies, because the things are expensive to make and whatnot. And, but if someone does like a fan plushie of you, that is a massive, massive honor in the VTuber sphere. Well, someone's viewer commissioned someone to make a fan plushie. And the guy, of course, he makes prototypes, and he doesn't want to, waste plushies. So he went to Gunpai's Discord server and was like, "Hey, this was commissioned. I have extras.
Right, I remember that.
I have extras. Yep. Does anybody want them? For sale? For sale."
Yeah.
And Gunpai went straight to Twitter talking about this person is going from Discord to Discord to make money off of your OC and blah blah blah. He's a scammer. Blah, this, that, and the other. And that blew up in her face. The thing is, right before that situation, I had actually gone into Gunpai's stream because I was testing waters with other platforms. I was testing waters with YouTube. I was testing waters with Kick, SUB, other lesser known ones. Thinking like, hey, look, okay, so if this one is actually SUB is actually backed by not Al Jazeera.
Oh my god, yeah, no, that'd be weird.
What's the?
Haven't heard that fucking name in a while.
What's that other streaming site? It's mostly in Asia. But SUB
no idea.
It starts with
Alibaba.
No, not Alibaba.
Yeah, you almost fell for it though.
Huh?
I said yeah, but you almost fell for it.
I did almost fall for it, but it starts with an A. I can't think of the name right now. But that's mostly a Southeast Asia kind of streaming site. So they wanted to go international, so they made the site SUB. And at the time, yeah, SOOP.
Yeah, SUB.
SUB. Yep. SUB.
Why are you buying clothes at the SUB store?
So I actually made an account and I actually streamed there. And at the time, because they were just getting started, it was stream for 1 hour, get affiliate right off the bat. That was it. That was the only requirement for affiliate.
That's crazy.
So I did. I was testing waters, and I eventually made my way over to Kick. Did a few streams over there. And I met a lot of VTubers over there. And to be fair to the honest, I am not promoting Kick. Okay, I am not. But the VTubers that I met over there, for the most part, were really cool. Really
because
nice.
It's also just normal fucking people trying to break out into an unsaturated space.
True.
It is. It's not just horrible people.
Exactly. So I mean, you have the bad apples who ruin the entire bunch, of course. But the VTubers that I met over there were really cool. It's backed by Prince Ali, fabulous. He only Obama. Good one, Mobius. So I stumbled onto Gunpai stream, and the second I go in, the first thing I said hi. I literally just said hi, how are you? Or I did my standard Ayo, my standard greeting. And the first he's like, oh my god, are you a man? Are you a man here to bully me? Blah 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 blah. I'm like, no, but
I don't want to go down that rabbit hole too far.
I'm like,
but that is a real thing in the VTuber space.
But I couldn't tell if they were being serious or they were just, if that was part of their act. And the fact of the matter that I couldn't tell, I was like,
that's pretty tough. Yeah,
no, I don't feel like being here. Bye. And then a week later, the whole Gunpai thing went down. And I was like, you know what? I actually believe this. I believe that this person is gone off the rails because, just from my few minute interaction.
No idea, Mobius.
It's like,
yeah, I mean, we've had, so I think it's past the statute of limitation for keeping this person anonymous, because it's been probably 6 months by now.
Okay.
Some people might remember, I'm not gonna spell it because it's spelled weird, so I'm not gonna actually name drop them. But we had a person in the audience, well, actually not in the audience because she didn't really care to watch my stream. We had somebody named Kitty Loves You. And for those who have been around since the beginning, you might recognize that name. Kitty Loves You was someone that I met just through generic Twitch interactions and like going through stuff, going to their streams or hanging out or like whatever. Right? I just met them. They had a lower viewer count. They had like 4 or 5 people. I think I rated them once, whatever. And they were super nice. And we interacted, and they had got part of the Discord, and like we started DMing and we started yapping. Like things were relatively smooth, very good chemistry, normal shit, right? Time went on. She started having issues. I tried to help, as I do. There are people I don't think I've really explicitly helped with. Sin, I helped with a little bit of stuff. Sin has had some stuff happen before that I've talked to Sin off stream to help with.
I think it was your sarcastic response that actually hit the hardest though.
Yeah. But I've helped members of the community off stream, going through looking for specifics. I keep meaning to help fucking Lucia with the whole psychology fuck, what's it called? Getting a psychologist. I keep meaning to do that, but I keep dropping the ball on that because there's a bunch of shit going on. But I talked to her off stream. And she had an issue with her current partner.
Uh-oh.
And at the time, we were in the process of learning about each other. And in that time,
Yep, very.
yeah, I just got that. Well, unfortunately, she missed basically everything because we're almost at 4 hours. So,
yeah.
So we got to talking. I learned about a bunch about her. I'm not going to say which mental conditions she had. She had numerous ones that landed her in a position where she was not able to work. She's gone in and out of therapy a bunch and a bunch of other things. Mm-hmm. And I tried to, take that in consideration, give her helpful advice, be there when she needed it, because it was going through a rough patch because her and her current girlfriend was out in, I don't think it was TwitchCon. It might have been, but I think it was before TwitchCon. Anyway, she was in some sort of event, and she was out partying, and she was out being around by people. And without going into too much detail, one of the conditions that she had gave her paranoia. It made her very prone to being distrustful. It made her very prone to seeing worst possible situations and a bunch of other stuff. And her and I were talking. And we eventually got to a point where she basically opened up that she doesn't like men. And not in the way of like, doesn't date men, in the way of like, has had really negative experiences with men that I'm not going to go into because we're on Twitch. Mm-hmm. And basically did the whole fuck guys thing, like as in fuck men.
Yeah.
And she said explicitly, I thought you were a girl at first. And my response was like, well, I hope that I can provide a level of like help that can, maybe say that not all men are bad. And she had a specific mental diagnosis, and she wore a very specific style of clothing.
Mm-hmm.
And after we didn't talk for a little bit, she never showed up in stream. She never showed up in any of my comments on Twitter. She never was actually involved within me or my community space.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, okay. So I'm just going to remove, I'm going to unfollow her. I'm going to kind of like remove, like, because obviously she's not supporting me and my community. So I'm not going to openly support her and her community. Doesn't mean we're not friends. It just means that like I'm not doing this one-way bullshit where I'm visibly trying to help you and you're literally not returning anything.
Right.
I would rather just cut it off. I went to look at her Twitter profile or look at a stream 2 days later, and I was blocked.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I remember.
And I was like, huh. Because I didn't do anything. Thank you, Alicia. I didn't do anything other than trying to help them through a rough time. We talked late into the night. We talked about her specific interest, my specific interest. Like, it was very much so back. And being an autistic person, sometimes I do need to take a step back. Sometimes I need to go, oh, fuck, did I do something? Because we do stuff and we don't realize it. And I went through every single one of our conversations, and I went through our the way we engage with each other, and I went through like everything in my head, and I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure I'm in the right here. But what I began to realize afterwards, I was blocked after I unfollowed. But the thing was the way that I did, like, there was no bad vibes. I was just like, this is not an equal friendship. I'm going to balance this out.
Yeah.
And she probably took that as a personal attack and decided to deal with me before she could confront me.
Right.
And the thing that really stuck out was the fact that she was very, like, I don't want to say adamant, but she was very set in the whole all men sort of thing. Which, to be fair, she had negative experiences with men.
Yeah.
Within her right, she has the right to be able to do that. But I began realizing very quickly, because I had a similar interaction with someone else. I went online, and I kind of went in the VTuber space. And I began to realize that there are a lot of, let's say, mentally unstable people who do VTubing. Hi, I'm one of them. But there are different severities of mental unstable. And I began to realize that you need to be very careful about who you interact with, because as much as a lot of people, including myself, would love to just be a dog and be happy and jump in and tell everyone everything about yourself and just
lay in people's laps.
Yeah, there are people who are going to take your conversations, or if you do something bad, like, there are legitimately people out there who will twist it. Thank you, Kevin talking. There were people who will twist that and use it as ammunition against you. And you don't get to see that. You don't get to know that basically until it's too late. Hey, that happened to me. Yeah, exactly. You don't get to know that until it's too late. And there are, unfortunately, signals about people's behavior, people's diagnoses, that you can use as red flags to determine whether or not they are going to be a positive or negative experience. And I want to be very, very, very careful how I say this. Do not blanket term people.
Oh, God.
It is bad. Okay, we're going to start with that. However, a medical diagnosis specifically targets traits that a person has. And those traits could be very prominent, not very prominent, very interfering or not very interfering with relationships, social activities, etc. One of the diagnoses I have been recurrently running into that have caused anything from a minor hiccup to a complete, like, crevasse split in friendship or relationship has been BPD, or borderline personality disorder.
Yeah.
And when you begin to see things that align with bad experiences, you start to associate them with bad experiences. I found out the hard way just what BPD is and what it does to the people who are around those who have it. there is nothing I would hold against anyone who's afflicted with a condition.
Right.
However, when I find out, or if I find out that an individual has been diagnosed with it, my barriers go straight up. Because specifically with autism, might be different for other people, but specifically with autism, we have a really rough time with emotions, either dealing with them or recognizing them either in ourselves or the other person. And BPD is kind of the emotions like centered, like they are emotions incarnate. They move between emotions very quickly. They have a hard time regulating their emotions. There's a lot about a diagnosis from BPD that makes it just really difficult for my conditions and the other person's conditions to match. But on top of that, BPD can also be very aggressively presented in impulsive and destructive ways. So there are a lot of VTubers online. We're very, very good people. Christy and Sin are, two of those people. But there are also VTubers online who...
Let's not rush the judgment on
Your
me.
eyeballs
I'm
make
kidding. I'm kidding.
there's a lot of really good people online, but there are a lot of people online who also have mental disorders that you should probably avoid, like, as a streamer, because the tendency of people with the disorders is going to be dramatic. I'm not going to say who. No one would really know anyways. I have a screenshot of somebody I know from Twitter who has BPD who posted self-harm. Like, pretty grotesque self-harm. And that reflects on their corpo, because they were in a corpo. That reflects on people who engage with them. That reflects on pretty much everything. Because for us, streaming is our work. Our social space, our Twitters, is our office. It would be very similar to walking into an office space and doing it in the middle of it. It affects all of the coworkers and affects everyone. So unfortunately, as a streamer, you as a new streamer, I'm surprised corporate didn't drop them for that. The whole thing disbanded. Oh, it was a shit show. It was bad.
I know what you're talking about now. I know exactly who you're talking about. Okay.
There was a whole fallout between them, their interactions, and a whole bunch of other stuff that happened because the individual was having an episode, a BPD episode. And the whole point of what I'm trying to say is that in the VTuber space, initially, you're going to be like, it's very cool to hang out with people. It's very cool to find people. If you find someone who is good, if you find somebody you vibe with, you lock them the fuck down.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is a very high chance you're going to catch a stray that just kind of showed up and is still testing the waters and doesn't have a history, doesn't have a post history, doesn't really, do a lot of things, who might be diagnosed with something that can cause people around them to crumble with them. And it's important for us as VTubers to try to kind of vet others. So when Sin talked about jumping into the person stream and the person going, "Oh, are you just here to bully me?" like a million fucking alarm bells went off in my head immediately. I was like, I never need to interact with this person. I never want to have them on my timeline, and I never want to have them on my feed. I never want to have them in my chat. Like, there is immediate self-protect alarm bells that go off whenever someone acts in a way that I am familiar with that is associated with a particular mental diagnosis, because I try to protect my community before shit happens as best as I can. I get rid of all the bots that join the Discord server, normally within a couple of hours. I ban people who have been directly invasive or aggressive or harassing members of my community in that person's history. Like, I try to be very good about making sure everyone has a safe space here. So when Sin said that, I just like, all of my brain went into, do I need to make sure this individual does not show up in my stream? Because I've had the experiences through the explanations. The explanations that I gave.
That one, like I said, my alarm bells like went completely supersonic with that one.
Yeah.
With that one in particular, because I was like, you know what? I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't. And yeah, like I had a few trolls that pop up in the kick stream. Like the very first person I ever interacted with in there was the first one was like, oh, "You're a unicorn." I'm like, "What are you talking about? You're a unicorn." Again, what are you talking about? You're a black male VTuber. All right, you're gone. You're gone. If that's the first thing you want to talk about in my,
I mean, honestly,
brand new streamer on this platform,
yeah,
get out.
I've been called a unicorn too.
Oh, yeah?
But my unicorn is a straight furry.
A straight furry? Okay, well, there you go.
So like, it's fine, but there's a level of
like,
this is gonna be so funny. The two autistic people in chat are saying there's a level of social obligation that you need to follow when engaging with a person for the first time. And if the two people who have been literally diagnosed autistic are telling you that, you need to do some self-reflecting.
Straight and furry sound dirty to say it, Kevin.
God damn it. I know. Oh, I know. And I've been a part of the furry community for like more than a decade. And I've not been converted. Because trust me, there's so many memes that are like, yeah, you're a straight furry now, but give it 5 years. And I'm like, I think you underestimate how straight I am.
Oh no, hey comrade Naomi, no worries, no worries. We're just kind of yapping it up. You haven't really missed anything. Just kind of yapping it up. Some I should probably turn off Discord for this, right? No, not mute Discord real fast. Sorry, talking to my chat.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we were waiting on Very, but at the same point, like I don't think it was a waste. Like it's always cool to get people together and hang out and yap. It's good for me too. I fucking be social every now and then.
You should be social every now and then.
If a guy, Delta has said before, if a guy looks feminine enough, I would date them. I mean, yeah, I guess technically, but hello. It's an unrealistic amount of feminine. Hi, Red. That's not how that works.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay, Lucia, yeah, but what if they're trans, huh? Yeah, got you, though. Got you. Chad's debating. If it walks like a girl, talks like a girl, sounds like a girl, is shaped like a girl, but it has a dick, is it gay? If it's a femininity that is attractive, yeah, that's essentially what it is. Yeah. Finn, which is still gay, or well, more accurately, heavily leaning bi. It walks like a duck and talks like a duck, but tastes like chicken. Am I eating duck or chicken?
It's a dickin'.
It's a dickin'. It's a turducken.
I had to get mine in. Okay, leave it at that. I have been say so this entire time.
Yeah, you kind of have been. I know. I know it's hard for you.
Shut up. You have no idea. You have no idea.
Does my stream naturally say so? I don't think it is. I just don't like.
I think you're compared to my streams. Your stream
well, yeah. Lucia goes to your stream.
I'd say it's pretty decent.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means I know my mod.
Yeah, that's like when Goonsock shows up.
Yeah,
He's
there
one
you
of
go.
my mods.
It walks like a duck, gobbles like a turkey, and tastes like chicken. What is it? What's that supposed to mean? What does that No, wait, both of the mods just at the same time goes, what does that mean? Fucking got him. That's so funny.
But I do have no, like I said, I do try to really behave myself, especially if I have guests, other VTuber guests and whatnot. Just try to behave myself. Now, like I said, if I'm by myself, then fucking let's
Yeah, well, that's the whole mixed
yeah,
company thing. That's always like,
I try to be my best behavior, and I know
Yeah.
and I know other people don't go as sus as I do. It's just fine.
yeah. And it's like if I'm going to somebody who's like they don't really like swearing being on stream, right? Because they're streamers like that.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's tough for me. But if I do let some slip, and I've always apologized afterwards because I'm like, it's so much a part of my nature, but I try really, really fucking hard. But it just kind of is the way that it is. God damn it. We should unionize? No, mods are not allowed to form a union.
Bust them.
I try to behave myself, but I have a habit in some chats of being a bit unhinged.
So
The thing-
okay, so
Go ahead.
one of my mods, he just wrote like, if Sin is by himself, I would have already had the bonk him by now. I actually have a mod who has his own personal
Bonk
release,
command?
his own
That's
personal
so funny.
command. So anytime I say something sus, he hits me with a hammer.
Why not? Mobius, that is what every boss has said immediately before the workforce unionized. Oh god. Looking at you, Blizzard. So I'll give you them ideas. Yeah, we try to be nice. We try to be nice. There's some times when we're just like whatever, but
I love it. I love it. It's like, we're gonna unionize. Okay, you're fired.
yeah, literally. Don't tell me you're going to unionize because I can just fire you for some other reason.
Yeah, you're fired.
Especially over, dude. If you
Right to work.
tell your boss you're going to unionize, and you vocalize that and don't have that in writing anywhere, and you get fired for poor performance, you have no way of disputing the fact that you got fired because you said you're going to unionize.
Nope.
Oh.
So you're a saint. You're a saint. You know that.
Our stream. Wait, do I have that button? Hang on, let me find that button. I gotta put that button back on. Where are my samples?
Oh, did you have like the communist Bugs Bunny thing?
Yes, I do. Oh, it's not loud enough. Sorry, let me do that again.
Can I make a hot take?
There you go. What's up? Wait, there's submixes?
Like, that is my, to be perfectly fair, that is my second favorite national anthem.
It is pretty iconic. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, just sitting there, just like, if you forget the fact that it is the Russian national anthem and whatnot, you can, it's like, and just listen to it for the song that it is. It's a very powerful, very beautiful song. It's just the fact that it's someone's national anthem that we.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Routing samples.
Because just the power behind the choir alone is.
Well, it's like the fucking. What's that one song that uses the cannons, the literal cannons?
Oh, the 1912 overture.
Yes, that
one.
I don't remember that. I love that song. Why? Because they literally use fucking cannons.
Ooh, it's like
so good, dude. So good.
Oh, that's okay. It's okay. Welcome back. Welcome back from working.
Technically, it was USSR anthem. This is Kazakhstan's national anthem last. Do we not use it anymore? What's Russia's national anthem now?
I thought it was the same thing. I thought it was the same thing.
Or is it the same thing, but it was for, like, originally for the USSR?
It was originally for the USSR.
Fuck you, Chips.
I'm very positive. It's the same melody. Okay, it's the same melody. I guess different words, different lyrics.
Yeah. I guess that would make sense.
It's a remix.
It's a remake. They sampled the original anthem. It's a sample. Oh my God. God, you know what's wild to me sometimes when I remember?
What's up?
We used to fucking say the Pledge of Allegiance every day in school.
Every day in school, yep.
And I'm just like, I grow up and I look back at that and I go, that's kind of fucked. That's like
yeah, yes and no. Yes and no.
There's a very fine line between patriotism and dictatorship.
Well, and indoctrination.
Or that, yeah.
You know,
I looked at that when I was like,
yeah.
When I was in school, you did not have an option. If you didn't do it, you got sent to the principal's office.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
but it's like,
I would immediately tell my kids, like, if you don't want to do the Pledge of Allegiance, don't do the Pledge of Allegiance. If you don't think this country, with the way things are going, I know it's a kid, right? Whatever. If you don't think this country is doing the things that it should be doing and you don't believe in the way that it's being handled, then you don't do the Pledge of Allegiance. Because I would not have my children fall in line just because everyone else is doing it. But it's literally like the most amazing thing is we were fucking founded on screw the government. That is what our founding fathers did. And
go ahead. No, I agree with Naomi in my chat. It says like to force you to do it was kind of like a First Amendment violation. It's in a sense it's kind of one of those things.
Yeah.
Like you're being made to say things. Just like one of the reasons why I stopped going to church. You know, I was made to believe a certain way, made to think a certain way, and the second you ask a question, you're immediately like branded as the black sheep of the group. And I'm not even saying that due to my skin color. I'm just saying that you are.
You're the white sheep in the black sheep group.
But no, it's just one of those things because like that's exactly how it was with church because like it was there different rules were applied differently. We this is not allowed. Why not? Because there is a obscure verse in the Bible that could be made to kind of point in this direction.
Yeah.
And it's like, no.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why is this okay and during the Bible times and why is this okay now? Like, I'm sorry, wine is wine. Okay, wine is wine. All right.
Wine's been around for a very long time.
If they've been like, oh guys, you know, Jesus and the disciples sat around and drank wine. Okay. But it was different wine back then.
Like, what do you mean it was different wine? It was fucking made for grapes.
It's freaking wine. It's grapes. It's fermented grapes.
Exactly.
Well, they didn't ferment the grape. Bullshit.
How do you get alcohol then? Oh, that's so funny. Yeah. I'm very much so the type of person who, like, part of my specific subset of like my autistic features is almost like revolting against order. Not so much like being an anarchist, but not recognizing rank, even like if it's quote unquote deserved. I still am like, it needs to be in a constant state of being deserved. That's why I was like, yeah, if you don't believe in the country and how it's treating you, your parents, your family, your neighbors, whatever, you don't do the Pledge of Allegiance because they don't deserve it.
I'm sorry. I should have deafened. I apologize.
Oh, no, not a problem.
Give me a second.
Crossfire Church before there. If that's the explanation, the church is so dumb. That's coming from somebody who goes to church. Me and the Bible have a quote bad history because I knew from the age of 6 that the Bible was full of bullshit and I asked lots of questions and pointed out as contradictions. Yeah, I mean, for me personally, when it comes to anything religion based, I'm fascinated by the history of religion. I love learning about the history of religion and how it was carried over and how it was run, like how the part of its influence within the world, but also the people who are like study it, like the original text of, God, I don't remember the terminology, but the original Bible, if you will, like the original text, and trying to convert that into a language we understand, and just being like, yeah, there are words that are used here we don't have for, like, we don't have words for this. We don't have words that translate, you know, it translates into, and it's kind of like, oh man, you know, apparently this is derogatory. I understand this may be derogatory. I don't mean it to be. It's just the name I had when I was younger. But Chinese Whispers, which was a game of whispering into somebody's ear, and they whisper it into somebody else's ear, and they whisper it into somebody else's ear, and then the very last person says what they heard, very much so applies to everything in human history. Huh, Christy?
Telephone. That's what we called it.
It was telephone? Okay. Yeah, when I was growing up or when I was in school, it was referred to as Chinese Whispers from like my parents and stuff like that. So I never like actually knew the original one. Telephone is the same game. Okay, so we'll just say telephone then. So everything in human history that has had to transcend language, that went from Greek to something else, or Latin or dead language, anything that had to be constantly translated, things get lost in translation. Haha. Right? And the Bible is a great example of that. There was, look this up because I'll probably get this wrong. There is a specific verse in the Bible that says, "Thou shalt not lay with man," or "Man shall not lay with man." And a lot of people point at that and go, "See, the Bible says you can't be gay." And as we myself, when people say don't study or don't go that deep, it's like, I think it said it gets me enraged. Yeah. The people often use that particular section of the Bible to be like, we're not allowed to be gay. Well, fun fact, that part of that Bible was a difficult to translate section. And what I mean by that is that in the original text, as is more understood now, the original text was, "Thou shalt not lay with man," but the word they used was meant to infer a subordinate. And what it was trying to convey was that you were not to lay with someone who was considered your lesser. Like if you are in a position of power, you do not use your position of power to have sex with somebody who is like under you, is a subordinate, is a person who is like viewed as not your equal. Now, again, I could be getting this completely wrong. I could get two stories mixed up. One story was from another thing, another story was from a different thing. The point being is that there is a particular verse in the Bible that was roughly translated poorly that everyone kept using as a means of being like, you can't be gay. And then the video I saw was very interesting because it went into the actual words, it went into the definitions, it went into where else it is used, and it's super cool that there are people who are very passionate about learning and understanding the languages to correct the actual translation for like the mass-produced version. The version of the passage I'm aware of was, "Man shall not lay with child as one lays with woman." Yeah. There's an actual OG Bible. Yes, there is an actual like OG Bible. I think it's written in, oh God, I don't remember what it's written in. We needed the Rosetta Stone to translate it though, if I'm remembering correctly.
Fuck!
Let's see. Bible original language: Greek, Biblical Aramaic, and Biblical Hebrew. Okay, almost the entirety of the Old Testament was written in Hebrew, but a few of the chapters, the prophecies of Arizah and Daniel were versed in Jeremiah, were written in Aramaic. So like things do get lost in translation.
Yep.
There is
many
a set of
things
quote
people
OG
translate
Bibles,
them.
technically as the original texts, are a series of scattered scrolls along a massive tome. Yeah, I believe that too. Yeah. Even there, we are translating out of a reference, so there's still things we could misunderstand. Oh, 100%. 100%. The Bible is very interesting from an outside religious standpoint. It's very interesting from a like historical standpoint and an influential standpoint, and like, I mean, even to that text, Buddhism is. I don't know how many people here are, you know, versed in it, but one of the most interesting things is that Buddhism was actually not supposed to be a religion. Like, the OG Buddhism was meant as a spiritual thing, a mindfulness thing.
I love how you call it Buddhism.
Booty. Buddhism.
Buddhism. It's Buddhism.
No, it's Buddhism.
It is not. I mean,
It is Buddhism. I know,
it could be
but I always call it Buddhism because
Buddhism.
booty.
We'll go with Buddhism.
But it was originally designed as a spiritual guide, as a take care of yourself, understand yourself, don't stray from the path. It is not meant to be how you interact with others so much as how you are supposed to center yourself. And then Buddha appeared. And everyone went, higher power. And Buddha went, no. And everyone went, higher power. And Buddha was like, fuck no. And then Buddha died. And then everyone went, Buddha, higher power. I was like, son of a bitch. Because in order to be classified as a religion, I believe it needed to have like a central, like, focal point, like the higher being, so to speak. Catholicism has God, you know, and then Buddhism had Buddha, but it wasn't supposed to be like that. So it's very funny. What's the difference between a religion and spiritual doctrine? Yeah, I believe it's the prominent figurehead that is a leader or high influencer of the belief system. That is what I understand that you would need to be classified as religion. For example, the flying spaghetti monster. Yes, that is actually a religion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh my god, the flying spaghetti monster! Wow.
Yes, that is a real thing.
I actually had a friend who was into that.
Yeah, it's a very real thing.
Pastafarianism.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, I remember that. I'm so glad that was short-lived.
My favorite conspiracy, quote unquote, theory for the start of Catholicism and Catholic and Christianity and all that sort of stuff is that Jesus was like a big prankster, so to speak. And the dude was like, hey, you know what'd be funny? What if we just made up a bunch of shit and like we got everyone to believe it? We would just lie out of our asses. And he just talked to his friends, right? And his friends were like, that'd be hilarious. Let's do that. Because like if like the Jesus or Jesus or whoever this person was in the text was originally a normal human being, right? And we just take a society right now, we take how people are right now, and we just rewind the clock thousands of years. You bet your ass there's gonna be some teenager or some kid who's be like, it'd be really funny to make something up and make everyone believe me. And then it just went and spread like wildfire.
I mean, hey, look, D's nuts almost became president, so
exactly like that. Or
that was such a great line of
my other favorite
what?
Is that Jesus was a time
yeah.
traveler. And the reason we don't have any time travelers right now, the reason we haven't met anyone who's gone through time travels, is because the first person to do it was Jesus. And that motherfucker went back into our history and created an entire religion about himself. Went back to his current time and got all time travel banned, because that is exactly how humanity would fuck up time travel. They would go back in time and make a religion about themselves.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. You know what? Hey, look, you know, go back in time, get the so, you know, get all the cash from all the offering plates, and then like go back and like, yeah, no, nope, no more of this.
Nope. No. I am God.
That's why my mantra, but that's why my mantra, kind of like my whole life mantra, honestly, comes from unironically Bill and Ted. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
That's funny.
Be excellent to each other. That's
Be
it.
excellent.
That is my life mantra. You know, I like being nice to people. I like, you know, being good to people. You know, so like even when like the whole like mandatory DEI readings had to happen in like every single job when that first started, my boss was like, "Oh, you got to do this reading," and I'm like, "Well, you just made us sit down and watch a 4-hour video on why I need to be nicer to other Black people." So no, I don't want to read that. Well, it's mandatory. I'm like, yo, can I sum that up in like, what was that? If I can sum that up in 5 words, can you just sign me off? She's like, cool. And I was like, literally like, be excellent to each other. And she was like, okay, you're good.
Yeah, it's dude.
Okay,
you're
good.
It is so dumb how it's just like, hey, here's our workplace etiquette, and it's like 5 pages of paragraphs of bullet points. You're just like, we really need this to say to not harass each other. Like, yes.
Yeah, and now with all like Naomi in my chat pointed out and everything, and now all the businesses are starting to roll back on it because it got way too far.
Yeah,
it went way too far. I mean, it did.
I also love my one hilarity with religion is that I ask if anyone believes in the Roman gods, or I ask if anyone believes in the Greek gods, and people are like, well, no, of course not. And I was like, but you believe in that god? And I'm like, oh yeah. And it's like, wow, you're Godsist. Like, it's like an evolution of humanity. And it's very interesting to think about the fact that like there was a period in time in human history which is for me it's very difficult to fathom, and I don't know what it is, but going back thousands of years or hundreds of years or whatever into BCE, and just being like trying to conceptualize that human beings still existed that long ago, and that it was so vastly different, but the human beings were not evolutionarily different. It would be the same thing as taking your neighbor and shunting them into the past thousands of years. Like, there were still, evolutionarily speaking, basically the same human beings we have now, and that it fucks with me.
It's just more ignorant too.
Yeah, it just fucks with me. So like, it means that people were smart and people could have education and people could see things and do things, and then it's like going back to that and being like, do you guys believe like this Roman god is real? And I'm like, yeah, because they are. And just being like, what about Catholicism? And they're gonna be like, the what? Like, the one true God. And they'd be like, the what? And just understanding that being a Christian or a Catholic or whatever, back in a time before your god was quote unquote invented, like before they even existed in human history, that you would be labeled as a non-believer.
You know what I find the most moving scene in TV to date, and it has to deal with religion. Have you ever seen this show Vikings?
Which is currently better fed. Sorry, I was looking at stocks and be like, we're the same people. Okay. And it's like, yeah, we just fed better and, have medicine.
Fed better. Yeah.
Yeah. I am not familiar.
Okay, so Vikings, of course, they're dealing with the Viking gods, right?
Sure.
And then during one of, I'm basically kind of skimming here, but during one of their raids, they capture and quote unquote, well, they enslave and then free a Christian priest who becomes a friend of the main character and whatnot. And the main character was always kind of like, in a sense of I hate the idea that we have gods over here with our fates and all and everything. I like to make my own fate and everything. So he was already kind of like teetering on the line of being a what we would call a heretic to to some of his people. But he made friends with this Christian priest and everything who who believed in quote the one true God. And and kept asking him questions and whatnot. And eventually the priest got killed. Fast forward, some things happen, and the main character's dying, and like the most moving scene I've ever seen in TV was the main character rolls up on a group of Catholics. rolls up in a group of Catholics, and he's like, "I want to be baptized."
That's super interesting.
And they're like, "Wait, you what?" And he's like,
I never really thought about it
that
way,
I'm a dying
but yeah.
man, and when I die, I know spoilers. I'm sorry. When I die, I want to be, I want to go to your heaven where I will, where I can be, reunited with my Christian friend. Like that little bit. That dude was able to was willing to throw away his entire traditions, his entire everything for bro code.
Yeah.
For bro code,
When I die, I want to see my bro wherever the fuck he ends up.
I want to be with my friend again.
Yeah.
And that clip right there is what led me to watch the entire show.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
I rarely ever binge watch shows. I think I've only done that with like a couple Game of Thrones seasons and the show Lucifer. So in the show Lucifer. So those are the only ones I've actually binge watched. That one I saw that clip on YouTube and I was like, I need to watch the show. And I actually turned on my Netflix account just so I could watch it, and then binge watched it. And then immediately, disabled my Netflix.
Just canceled it and
but yeah, I agree, Oculus. Lucifer is an amazing show. Everybody should watch that show. It is so good.
Is that?
But
that's not the one with David Tennant, is it?
No, not David Tennant. No.
I think it's older than that.
Yeah, spoilers are done. The
Musty.
No, I can't remember the main actor's name, but he is phenomenal. I can look it up real fast. The main character is
yes.
Tom Ellis.
Yes.
And he is absolutely brilliant in that. Brilliant. I mean, the first few minutes of the show had me hooked, and then I couldn't stop watching it. And I'm talking about the entire cast being now the main chick that he was trying to get at, I didn't really care for, because it was one of those things.
The one I was referencing, by the way, for those who are curious, is Good Omens.
All right. Yeah.
It's just Fred got it. God damn it. It's on my phone.
But the rest, the entire cast did a phenomenal job to support the main character, Lucifer.
Dude, supporting cast is so important.
They are, and they are all good. They are all good. So like, if you ever get a chance, sit down and watch TV. I know you still have a lot going on, Delta. But if you ever get
to watch anime anymore.
If you ever get a chance, that is a show you should watch. Definitely, 100%.
A great example of the whole supporting cast thing was I saw a comment. That's the reason why I said that. There was a comment in Doctor Strange, the Marvel movie with Benedict Cumberbatch, I believe.
Okay.
He goes to a woman who's supposed to be like the master, like she's the one who knows all the stuff. Apparently, because I'm not familiar with the comics, the original, I believe, was a Chinese male, or like a some Southeast Asian, or just Asian in general. I'm not too familiar.
Yeah.
Male, and they've recasted to A, female, and B, not Asian. And apparently a lot of people who were following the comics were not really keen on that. Yeah. But
I remember the stink that caused.
Yeah. But I agree. The ancient one, I believe so. She did such
Naomi.
She did such an amazing role with that
Mhm.
character that I don't think of that character as anyone else.
Right.
But it's only a supporting role. Like in the movie, like it's not a main character role. But that's the equivalent of like Robert Downey Jr. as like Iron Man. That's her character.
Okay. I was about to mention Robert Downey Jr., but not Iron Man. Oh.
Yeah. Well, that's
I mean,
fucking, was it Wolverine? Who's the Logan? No. Fucking the dude who played Wolverine in some of the OG movies. Hugh Jackman.
Yeah.
Hugh Jackman, yeah.
Hugh Jackman is Wolverine, right? Like that is just it. Whatever the casting they did for that role, they did a phenomenal job with the casting, and it fits like the way they act, the way they are, the way they're presented. You know, it makes sense that was it Ryan Reynolds for Deadpool?
Oh yeah, well, he was born for that role, so
Yeah, and it's just like it's very rare for me to see a supporting cast character and just be like, there's no reason to ever cast this as anyone else.
Well, look at Keanu Reeves and John Wick.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
huge Jackman.
Are you going to see any other person play that role? Can you see a TV show come out and then they cast Tom Cruise as John Wick?
Yeah, right.
You know, it's like no. Hi Skunk, how you doing? I'm gonna give Johnny. All right, Naomi.
I will say I got less than 14 before I'm gonna be ending stream.
Okay. Absolutely. All right, but yeah. But I was gonna bring up the same actress, but the way she portrayed Gabriel in one of my favorite movies, Constantine. Same lady.
Really? From
yes,
the one I was talking about. Interesting.
Yeah, from Doctor Strange. It's the same lady, and she does a phenomenal job in that too. I love her portrayal. I mean, don't get me wrong, Satan stole the show.
Yeah,
but Satan straight up stole the show. But
there's a skill to being a good supporting actor.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. So you have her supporting Keanu Reeves as Constantine in a sense, kind of like taunting him / guiding him at the same time. More taunting because of the way the story goes. But still, she did a phenomenal job, and I love her to death. She's such, the
way she acts is so visibly empathetic.
Tilda Swinton, thank you.
Tilda Swinton. Okay.
Well, I mean, look, Samuel L. Jackson as Nick Fury was a given. I'm sorry. I can't see them giving anybody that role besides Samuel Jackson. Samuel Jackson is like the peak, despite the fact that he wasn't bald and black in the comics. Samuel, his portrayal of Nick Fury is peak. There's sometimes you get a certain actor because they're gonna fit the role, and then you he was. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Okay, well, anyways, and then there's people you give them the role because they look the role.
Well, that's fucking terrifying. Sorry, Tilda Swinton thinks about death and says you should too. Okay, thanks.
What?
It's just an article headline that the NPR put out. And there's just that character or that actress is like thinking about death and you should too. And I was like, okay.
Oh, he was in the Ultimate Comics. Okay. See, I am not a huge comic book fan.
Me either.
I know very little. So when you correct me like this, thank you, Delta's chat.
I love that actress. I loved her as the Sorcerer Supreme. That's what it was. Thank you. At the time. But I'm so upset that Disney only gave her the role to make China happy. Really? Wait. Can you clarify on that? China doesn't like the Dalai Lama. Because of Tibet?
Oh, yeah, because of Tibet. The same reason why they ripped off one of Tom Cruise's iconic patches in Top Gun 2.
China doesn't recognize Tibet.
Yeah.
So was the original cast for that, like, what is it in the comics? They're meant to be Tibetan monks. Oh shit.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh.
Same thing with the Tibet patch that was on Maverick's original jacket that they ripped off. Same thing with what else? Oh,
okay,
yeah.
so I have opinions about this. I have opinions about this. Thing number one.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up, China. You're in no place to talk. Number two. What the fuck, Disney? Number three, though. Good job making it work. Because there was clearly effort and love by the characters, by the writing. Like, there was very clearly work done to make the change something that fit the movie. So I don't like that they did it, but I can appreciate how well it was done. Does that make sense? No, I don't like the censorship. It's just censorship's bad.
Oh.
But it was done well. Said how to stream thing happened. Shut the fuck up, China. You have nowhere to talk. I said no room to talk, I think.
You did.
Yeah, if you're gonna quote me, get it right, Lucia. My favorite scene where she just punches Strange out of his butt. Oh yeah, it was so good. She was a phenomenal in the role, like masterful performance. Yeah, she did great. She did great. A little unfortunate that it was.
I'm sorry, I'm currently buried right now.
Oh, okay.
So.
I gotta change quotes because Alicia quoted it wrong. Jesus Christ, I'm getting up to.
Favorite scenes when she punches Strange out of his body. Chef's kiss. Yeah. We lost in. He drowned. Yeah. Playing a little bit of Fortnite.
Okay. Yeah. Alright. Is that anything? I just love all the mystique about the film. That's fair. Alrighty, guys. I'm almost at 5 hours. I think it's I'm supposed to do 4 today. So I think it's gonna be time for me to call it.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging out with us, Christy. I appreciate it.
Oh, of course. I like being here.
Yeah. I just know sometimes Sid and I can we can be overwhelming.
It's all right.
You just step on us. It's fine. Just bark randomly in the background. Make it 6 hours. Make it forever stream. No, unfortunately. I did 8 hours every day last month. So
I had a definite for a second. Are you calling it?
yeah, I'm calling it.
Yeah.
I'm only really supposed to be doing 4 hours for like the next week or so, just to give myself a break from doing 8 hours every day for 31 days straight.
Oh no, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. So, well, my chat's saying, nice to see you and thank you.
Yeah.
And...
Bison's chat. Bye, my chat. I will drop out a call and I'll do my meet chat things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night.
All right, you too.
Hey, have a
Take
good
care.
Night,
we'll see about getting this. We'll see about getting this next week.
All right.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, is this person already going to be getting banned? Hang on 1 second. Get banned, bitch. I actually don't know. Well, I just banned somebody from the Discord server that I'm pretty sure was a bot. Let's hope they were. Who's getting banned? I don't know, but if anyone in chat just got banned from the Discord server, hey, let me know and I'll unban you. But I'm like 90% sure it was a bot. How is the bots getting in? Well, some bots are like controlled bots. Like some bots can do the capture or they can do some sort of like bypass system. The capture doesn't stop all of them. Some are just like art scammers, etc., etc. But yeah, I still micromanage the Discord server to ensure, you know, things are the way they are. Yeah, it was cold of you, Dan, to banning Christy. No, I'd never ban Christy. Christy's a good puppy. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Christy's good. We like Christy. But yeah. So I'm gonna head off. I got food to make. Tired. Relax. I'm probably just gonna watch fucking YouTube for like 6 hours before I go to bed again. Yeah, nice lost one. I love the emo. It's cute. I have finally settled on what I will be getting for a drawing tablet if I get one. It is fucking expensive. It's like $900. So we'll be putting that off for a while, but that's my goal. That's where I want to get to. Thank you for the pets and the heavy oldies. Go to Eeps after you eat. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. All right.